Hello and welcome back to another Spire stream. I'm your host, Vegetablebread, and today we're going to be playing the defect. Playing defect all April, including the glorious April 20th, the day of blazing and it. We could upgrade a card, we could obtain a random common relic, trade our gold for a cheap mango, or swap out for a boss relic. I like common relic a bit. Common relic's like normally pretty good. Not a huge fan of cracked core though, so we could ditch that. The only way to get 3 elites here is to fight a mega elite on what looks to be floor 7. You do get a fire before and after. I think we probably want to aim for that. We might miss. There's no way to get there without doing 4 fights or this early shop. I guess we could just do the early shop, try to get as strong as possible before the Mega Elite. Maintain our health. Kind of depends on how strong this boss swap is. Hey, Blem. Maybe because we're trying to fight this early Mega Elite, we take a common relic, because Cracked Core is actually fairly strong in Act 1. So if being strong in Act 1 is what we care about, which it may be, maybe we take a common relic. Common relic also quite strong in Act 1. Some boss relics are fairly weak, right? Like even like Black Star, it's great. It's like a top tier swap, but it doesn't help you for your first elite. And if that first elite is a mega elite, it's a bit of a miss. Having 4 energy is really nice though. But if it's like Snecko Eye too, Snecko Eye makes us a little weaker to start things off. Pyramid isn't great for Act 1. A lot of options that are, like, great, but don't really help you fight a Act 1 Mega Elite. So I'm going to go for Common Relic here. I think this is our first non-swap of Defect Month. Pretty much every time we're swapping. Okay, so we'll take a Common Relic, and then we'll see what it is, and if it's not super good, we'll probably go to this store. That's super good. Okay. Alright, definitely doing the 3 elite line then. Probably the best possible common relic. You'll love to see that. So our potion chance over 4 fights is 96.4%. So by the time we get to this Mega Elite, we're almost guaranteed to have a potion if we don't go to the shop. If we do 3 fights, drops down to 88%. Still very likely to have a potion. If we go to a fight instead of a shop, we get an extra card reward. We don't have any meta scaling as it is, but we could find like a genetic algorithm or something, get some meta scaling pretty quickly. Defect does have among the most meta scaling of any character. I would say Watcher probably has more because the lesson learned is so powerful. And every class has access to Ritual Dagger, but Defect has metascaling at uncommon with 2 sources, Genetic Algorithm and Self-Repair, which is unusually high. But we don't have any of those right now, so probably not worth considering a speculative early Self-Repair when we're figuring out our pathing here. If we fight, like, Jawworm and lose 7, and then, like, double Slime and lose, like, 5, and, what's the other hardest easy pool fight? The only other easy pool fight I can think of is double Louse, but that one's probably not the hardest one. I mean, you can shuffle badly and double Louse. Hey, King Rat, good morning. So let's say we lose like 15 health in these 3, so we're at like 49, and then we just roll up into a gang of slimes that we're not ready for, and we take like 12, so we go to like 37. Do we still upgrade here? I think we probably do with Insect. So yeah, it seems like we'd be fine. Upgrade here, maybe rest there is like the worst case scenario. I think we'll be fine against 4 fights. So let's plan on that. Question mark first or question mark second? So basically, I guess we can decide that when we get here. So I'll do these first two fights and decide. It is double lows. Fine. Good morning, King Rat. Yeah, it'd be nice to get a Black Star. We do have to get strong for Act 2 for Black Star to be super good. But that's the plan anyway. He's more likely to be attacking because he is debuffing now, so we'll split him. I guess we'll just split both. Take one. I would like to take no more damage in the fight, so I'm going to go ahead and double that here. 1 damage will be enough. Okay. Got a potion on floor 1. Not the best potion. Pretty big fan of Rip and Tear on floor 1. Well, I've gone on ad nauseum about how much I hate moving. My partner and I got so much work done this weekend that the whole week is probably going to be very easy. Nice. Yeah, I mean, moving sucks, but it doesn't take a month, you know? It's just like mostly a couple days of moving stuff around. I'd like Scrape floor 1 too. I'm not accustomed to having to choose between Scrape and Rip and Tear on floor 1. Normally you're like have to choose between like kind of a crappy damage common and like a genetic algorithm or something. But here we have like 2 kind of premium damage uncommons. Scrape and Rip and Tear. Scrape is definitely better against sentries, because you can draw past the dazes, whereas Rip and Tear is untargeted, which can be concerning. We are against Guardian. So Scrape could theoretically draw us a Steam Barrier or something to block. Probably not super useful. Worth noting, Rip and Tear only gives you damage return against Guardian 1 time, not 2. So it's fairly card-efficient way of doing damage. Paid my movers yesterday, and all I have left to do is, at the old apartment, is pack up the kitchen and bring the garbage stuff to the curb. All day at the new place, moving your aquarium, starting to build furniture. That sounds nice. Oh, it must be a long move. If your movers are AFK with your stuff for a whole day. I'm gonna take a Rip and Tear. I like Scrape. Scrape is a better like build around. Scrape is like gives us a plan for the deck, but Rip and Tear just like does more stuff right now. I guess like which one of these is better to Act 2, right? Probably Scrape. Let's take Scrape just to have a dream. Huh. It's weird that they hold your stuff for a day, or for a night, I guess. Maybe they don't have your stuff yet. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this. I want to take the Scrape so bad, but Rip and Tear's better, right? I guess if we're taking an upgrade... well, I was gonna say we should take Scrape, because then we can upgrade Zap and have a Scrape target, but in reality we should just take Rip and Tear and upgrade that, because it gets an extra 4 damage. Dang, 2 full days. You must have lots of stuff, Fuzzy Ducky. Also, hi. Scrape's a better Act 3 plus card. Rip and Tear's probably still better in Act 2. Yeah, Rip and Tear's definitely better against, like, Shelled Parasite, right? My wife has 2 thrift stores worth of clothes. Jeez. Preserved Insect says we want to take as many elites as possible. So we should take the card that's good against both Act 1 elites and Act 2 elites. I think Scrape actually might be better against the elites. Rip and Tear is certainly better against Gremlin Knob. But against Act 2 elites, like, you don't want to be playing Rip and Tear against Slavers, right? You want to be targeting that damage. And you have the same problem against, like, Gremlin Leader and Sentries. And, like, Reptimancer. If we make it that far, let's just take a Scrape. Scrape's a better build around. I think we feel pretty safe right now, so... Maybe I'm feeling too safe. Hard to say. My wife also out-earns me. Do we try to take 0, triple defend, or do we, like, double defend zap here? Obviously, I don't make very much money Twitch streaming, and I haven't released my game yet, so I basically make no money right now. We're definitely playing at least 2 defense. So it's 2 health versus Lightning Orb developed. If we develop a Lightning Orb, we almost certainly have lethal next turn. Actually, we're almost guaranteed to have lethal next turn anyway. Because, like, triple strike is lethal. Okay. What does your wife do if she's out-earning you as a software engineer? She must be making bank. Melter seems great. I was going to ask you if you have some sort of side income since you're developing the game all on your own. Yeah, that is true. Basically, just like historically, I've been paid well. So I've put myself in a financial position where I can afford to self-fund for a while. And that's what I'm doing here. Almost a requirement for floors 1 and 2. You mean, like, if you see it, you have to pick it? I think I probably agree. I mean, against, like, Chill and Recursion, there's basically no contest, right? Chill is, like, kind of nice. I mean, getting an Act 1 Chill, I think, is great. Just to be clear. But, like, it's not damage. And, Melter is, like, highly relevant against Guardian. So, I'm gonna take the Melter. Okay, question mark first or second? Let's take a look at the events. So if it's Golden Idol, that says first. Big Fish doesn't matter. I guess it's Big Fish wants late. So Golden Idol wants early, Big Fish wants late. Living Wall says early because you get the transforms and get stronger. Scrap Ooze says early, because we can spend some health, gain some power, get stronger, and then fight more efficiently. Shining Light says early for the same reason. Cleric says early for the same reason. Serpent doesn't matter. Wing Statue. Can we currently break a Wing Statue? Yes, because we have Melter, right? So, it doesn't really matter. I think we'd probably just take the card remove, which means we want it early. And World of Goop, I think we don't care about, because we're never going to a store. So we'd probably just ignore that. So we're going to go early. Okay, it's Golden Idol, that's great. Free money. We've increased our meta scaling, now we feel even better about doing a 4th hallway fight. Pow, pow. Lightning bolts, stuff. She's a scientific director at a firm that helps out pharmaceutical companies with all the stuff they need to do to get drugs out. Write paper, make information for doctor prescriptions, etc. She's a PhD geneticist. Doesn't like academia. That sounds like a great job. Is losing max HP always the right option? Almost always, yeah. I would say of the things in Slay the Spire where you can say always, like, Golden Idol max HP is pretty much as close as you get to unconditional. There's, like, I don't know. I think I have on stream not picked max HP. I think I took damage one time. But I think it was because like we were at max HP and I had like a meal ticket and I was about to go to a shop. Right? It was like such a niche situation. It like almost never happens. Or like if you're only fighting 2 elites and you're at max HP, you can spend current HP maybe. If you're pretty confident you're making it to the boss. You definitely never take the curse. Do we take a hologram or a leap? We could take chaos. Chaos is just such a weird card. Hologram and scrape kind of have a common plan, right? That's like the play the claw repeatedly package. Or, you know, part of it. Hey, Jacqueline. Sorry to hear your tummy hurts. Sometimes the curse is the right option. Is it? I think it's never. Can tell me a situation where the curse is the right option, Rube? No, we actually did not boss relic swap. Yeah, let me explain why. So we want to fight this early mega elite because that's our only way to get 3 elites in this act. And so I thought the common relic gave us a better shot at being strong early, and it did. It paid off. So took a common relic instead. I like hologram. It requires an upgrade, but we maybe have time for that? No, we would be upgrading, like, Melter, right? 4 damage, or Scrape, get an extra card. We don't currently have any Scrape targets, so... Blue Candle, Duvu Doll, something like Periap could also help. But it's an Act 1 event, right? So you're very unlikely to have, like... to have Duvu Doll, right? That's a rare relic. I guess it could happen. Yeah, so you could have Duvu Doll, and like maybe what curse do you get from Golden Idol? Injury? Injury is not too bad. Still though, like having any curse is pretty bad. I definitely wouldn't do it for Periapt. If you have, like, Duvu Doll and Periapt, I guess. But, like, that's never happened to me. I don't know. I thought you were going to say, like, Omamori, but I don't think I would waste an Omamori charge on it for Act 1. I'd rather just hold the charges. I just don't like Chaos. I'm biased. It's a source of Frost Orbs, though. We need Frost Orbs, because we're in Act 1, and we're fighting Guardian. Yeah, it is good that... it's like, it's funny that the way this conversation started was I was like, almost always we pick this specific option, right? It's like almost unconditional. But then there are situations where you pick both of the other options, which is pretty phenomenal. It's like even apparitions, you know, you skip it sometimes. It's not always a take. Costs half your health. Maybe I am gonna take Chaos. I'm like halfway to talking myself into Chaos here. Argument for Chaos is we can upgrade Dual Cast and then scrape into Dual Cast and like Dual Cast a Plasma Orb or something silly. It's a source of Dark Orbs, great against bosses, Frost Orbs. We need a source of orbs, right? And Chaos does that. Obviously not good against Gremlin Nub, but none of these cards are, and we should probably take one of them. Never taking Leap, I don't think. It's one of these two. It's just so unpredictable, you know? If you, like, have a dual cast in hand and a Chaos, like, what do you expect to happen? Sometimes you get extra energy, sometimes you block for 10, sometimes you do 16 random damage, sometimes you do... it's also 16, I guess. Oh no, it's 6. You do 12 damage to the lowest health target. Alright, let's do it. Well, okay. We did see this coming. We talked about this specifically happening. This seems like part of this turn. Defender Zap. I think Zap. We need to get out of this fight. Taking 5 is a totally reasonable thing to do here. Get you that coconut in here. She's looking directly at the camera, so... My wife's doing something in the kitchen. That's got coconut excited. You never know when a human's gonna randomly give you butter. You get that monitor, coconut. You get it, yeah. Meow. So I'm concerned that we're going to get weakened, and then we're not going to have enough damage to deal with Wizard. So I think the way we're going to deal with that is we're going to zap. And try to hope that the lightning orbs hit him. Or not. Okay. Okay, we need to draw Melter now. Okay, good, we did. That needs to happen for sure. And then hopefully Dual Cast can hit him. Oh god. We're in trouble. Alright, well, I think Scrape can get there on him. Let's go ahead and use the Essence of Steel. It's going to block for at least, what is it? 7, which is about as much as you get out of plate armor. Probably should have done it last turn. We have 13 damage. Do we have to take a 50-50? Crap. Is it ever Chaos? No. Plasma misses completely. Dark Orb misses completely. Frost Orb does nothing. It'd have to be a Lightning Orb, and even then it only does 3 damage. Okay. Time to cross your fingers, Twitch chat. We need to win this 50-50. 30 health 50-50 here. Oh, yes! Praise be to the Lightning Orb. Alright. Got our Essence of Steel back. Do we want to be a reprogram deck twice in a row? No, we've got a Chaos in the deck. Whew. That was dramatic. Steam Barrier? I think Steam Barrier is probably like one of the worst defect cards, but we do have a Scrape in the deck. Man, 50-50 for 30 damage, too. Can't believe we had to do that on floor 5. Why are we picking Steam Barrier if we pick Steam Barrier? For, like, Lagavulin? It's, like, good in the first shuffle, and then it becomes garbage immediately. If we could have both of these cards, if we could have all 3 cards, I would do it. Because then we'd have lots of targets for the Scrape and reprogram. Scrape could do stuff. Isn't reprogram just like too slow though? Couldn't live through both hyper beams from Bronze Automaton. Any advice for dealing with that damage? If you're too slow. If you get hit by 2 hyper beams, you're like absurdly slow. So like maybe you just like are doing focus and frost orbs and need some lightning orbs. Maybe you like need to pick a better damage engine. I'm not sure exactly what the problem with the deck is, but if he's hyper beaming you twice, you've got problems. You should be trying to kill him, like, on the turn when he does his first Hyper Beam, is the usual target. We did a reprogram run yesterday, and we also died to Bronze Automaton. Maybe we just skip these. I feel like reprogram is bad with chaos. But it is a scaling option. The problem with reprogram is it's like, if you're against Champ, you can beat him with just reprogram, right? You can just like outscale Champ with like holograms and reprogram. I see, yeah. We're about to take an upgrade, right? So we could take reprogram and upgrade it. We're basically just building the same deck as yesterday, but like chaos instead of ball lightning, melter instead of rebound. So what do these relics say? They say we should do lots of hallway fights and elites, right? So we're just going to be like fighting people constantly. And like reprogram is good for boss fights, but it's not good for fighting people constantly. Because for hallway fights, reprogram is too slow, right? You want like a hyper beam for hallway fights, not reprogram. I mean, obviously you can put hyper beam and reprogram in the same deck, but I think we're just no here. Maybe Steam Barrier, but I mean, I guess Steam Barrier is good against Guardian, kind of. But it is one of the worst cards in Defect's arsenal, so I think we're just going to skip it. Okay. Smith of Chaos, Melter, Scrape, or maybe Dual Cast? Dual Cast for a Scrape target. I mean, I guess it's never Scrape, right? Because Scrape just, like, it draws as an extra card, but there's no cards to draw. Hold on just a second, I'm going to fix my lighting. I think it's probably just Melter. Melter has 100% drawn played rate, gets 4 extra damage. It's good against Guardian. It's good in Act 2 as well, for doing lots of hallway fights in Act 2. We'll see a baseball and snake plant and stuff. Sure. Alright. Melter also sweet against Lagavulin. Let's wait until we get a Melter wake up. Ideally we get like Chaos Zap next turn and then Melter the following turn. Okay, let's go now. He is regenerating, so we don't have like infinite time here. Chaos double defend, drink the pot. Let's see what the chaos is. Okay, it's Frost Orb. Hey Tuts. Yeah, it's okay. We got the Preserved Insect from Niao. This is our first elite. Definitely drinking this. So we're bucking for 6 currently. Go up to 16. Sure. Melter's always getting played. Zap does more damage than Strike, so that's always happening. And then defend unless we think that makes us go a turn slower. Good point, Coconut. So he takes 3 net damage because he heals 3 and takes 6, so he goes down to 36. Dual cast does 16 damage, so he goes down to 20. Strike does 6, so he's down to 14. Heals for 3 at the end of the turn, so he's at 17. So we're likely to be able to kill him the following turn, but not guaranteed. I think I want to get that guarantee. I do not want to get hit for 20 again. 5 health is not worth the chance. I'm pretty sure this is a guarantee here. Okay. Could have skipped the strike, could have had 5 health, but I'm happy the way we played it. Dreamcatcher's nice. Ball Lightning's a lot of damage. What's going on, Coconut? Where are you even? Oh, she's under the couch. Okay. Yeah, it's almost certainly Ball Lightning, right? Ball Lightning, Scrape Melter. It's a great start. Okay. If we get Darkness and upgrade it, I could work with the Chaos, I guess. Or the upgraded Dual Cast that we're considering for Scrape value. Recursion could also work with the Chaos, right? If we get a Plasma or Dark Orb, those are nice to recur. Recursion also theoretically works with the Scrape, because the upgrade makes it cost 0. But we need to fight elites, and Recursion and Darkness are both skills. And our next fight could be Gremlin Knob, and we're only at like 40, so I don't think we're able to make a super speculative late game pick here. I think we just take the damage. Looks like we can take another upgrade. I guess we have to fight 2 elites in a row, and we do have Dreamcatcher here, so I guess we're fairly incentivized to rest. Gets us an extra card, puts us on the road towards guaranteeing 2 elites. There's no way to guarantee it, right? Because Gremlin can still hit us for 32 here, but I think this is the right call. Compile Driver seems pretty good. We've got a Chaos, so we have access to all orb types. We talked about Recursion and Steam Barrier recently. Recursion's like kind of close to the line, but I think Compile Driver particularly excellent in Sentries, where drawing extra cards will get you to your block cards and exhaust the dazes. This is probably the last attack we're taking, since this is a Guardian Act, so it's a little bit spooky to have 4 attacks, but it's better than Steam Barrier, so. Tiny Chest again. We're going through 1 question mark here. It's probably worth 2 relics long term, so it's probably better than Sapphire Key. Plus, it'll give us more options at things that give us Sapphire Key, right? If Tiny Chest shows us 2 more relics, we can just skip one of those for Sapphire Key. Okay. Gremlin Knob, just knobbing it up. Okay. If we dual cast Chaos, we get lethal next turn. Dual cast does 16 plus 3 is 19. Chaos can do up to 3. So I think Lightning. What's the worst case scenario for this Chaos? I guess the worst case scenario is Frost Orb, right? Because then we lose 1 net health, but don't get anything out of it. Or maybe Plasma Orb's bad. No, Plasma Orb's probably good, because we have, that would give us 2 orb types and Compile Drivers next turn, so we'd probably be able to kill him. In fact, if we get Plasma Orb, we can probably just Chaos Defend and still get lethal. So let's see what this is. It's a Dark Orb, which is very difficult to use. But not impossible. No, it is impossible. So these are, if we don't dual cast, if we defend instead, these constitute 12 damage, 6 per turn for 2 turns. So he's at 25. This does 8, so he's at 17. This does 7, so he's at 10. We define 10 damage for 1 energy, which means like specifically Ball Lightning or Melter. Not great odds of that, so I think we have to use the dual cast to get lethal next turn. Okay. Eternal Feather's nice. There's our Hyper Beam. Sweet. That's good at Act 2. I mean, it's also just like a great card, right? Obviously, we're not super excited to play Hyper Beam in boss fights because we are sort of orb focused. We're doing Chaos and Compile Driver stuff. But absolutely a great card, so let's take it. Hyper Beam Strike kills Acid Slime and then wipes the board because the Lightning Orb hits the Fungi Beast. Good fight. Oh wait, sorry, I'm gonna restart the fight just to think about that again. This is my first Hyper Beam of the day, I forgot it loses your focus. With Tiny Chest, do you now take every single question mark, or is it just worth to trigger the chest once? I think we're probably trying to trigger it twice. We're only getting 1 question mark in the act here. So it'll be on 1, and then we'd have to find 7 in the next 2 acts. But like, you can get 7 question marks in just Act 2. We probably wouldn't be interested in doing that because we're looking for elites. I think elites are our priority here. So I think we're just trying to squeeze in like an act with 3 question marks and an act with 4 question marks. I guess this is still the line. We could use an attack pot to save 6 health, but that doesn't seem worth it. I just wanted to restart because I wasn't thinking correctly. Okay. Charge Battery is pretty nice. We do need to take a block card for Guardian. So I think we're taking either Charge Battery or Stack here. Stack's kind of interesting with this Scrape in the deck. We do have some ability to control when we shuffle. Scrape and Compile Driver both. Let us shuffle and then Stack. I think I've been underpicking Stack. I think I don't pick Stack frequently enough. What if we didn't have the Insect? Would our priority still be Elites, or does that depend on the deck strength? It does depend on the deck strength. I think in this particular situation, if this Preserved Insect was like a Vajra or something, we'd still be prioritizing Elites, because we have Hyper Beam in the deck, which is just phenomenal at Act 2 Elites. Hey, let's see. I mean, the Scrape is not on trial here, right? With the Scrape's already in the deck, so it's just do we want the Stack or no? We just fought Gremlin Knob, so we can't get punished by Gremlin Knob here, which, I mean, we're taking a skill either way, so... I think I like Stack. I like the upside of Stack, so we're probably going to build a large deck here. Although large deck prevents us from drawing Hyper Beam consistently, I don't know. Not an amazing plan. But we still have all of our strikes and defends, so building a large deck helps to dilute those. Oh, you meant Act 1 Stack. I see. I was like, but Scrape isn't in here. Yeah, I'm gonna take it. Just because I've been underpicking it, if not for any other reason. Okay, so the game here is try to put everybody at 26. So, I guess just zap defend, put one of the outside ones below 26. Um, Hey, Hex Molson. How's it going? I don't have any bread for you. So, we didn't draw a Hyper Beam, so maybe we try to assassinate this front one with Attack Bot. Let's see if the dual cast hits. He's at 13, so we can just kill him. We don't have to do anything. This Scrape has a 50% chance of discarding Hyper Beam, which would be unfortunate. Attack Pot's usually worth 5 health here. We have a 30% potion chance, so it is worth something to try and ditch a potion here. I don't know if 5 health is really what we're looking for, but we really don't want to play Attack Pot against Guardian, so I don't feel too bad ditching it. Good, Doom and Gloom. Works for me. It also means we don't have to scrape, so we get a first shuffle Hyper Beam. There it is. Second stack? Seems like a plan. I mean, if we're gonna be blocking with stack, I think we probably want like 4 of them, right? Like, we kind of want redundancy, both because we're gonna have a big deck, and because, like, if the plan is to have a big deck, like, having a big deck is kind of a downside, so having multiple ways to pay that off helps to ameliorate the issue. Also, because of the other stack, we want to pick a card here, and the only card that's really very helpful against Guardian is this stack, so double stacking it. Alright. I assume we take a question mark for the tiny chest, but let's talk about it. Double stack turn 1. I mean, that's a really great turn 1. It's like always blocks out, basically. Question marks. We're eligible for everything except for Golden Idol. Is Big Fish good? Yes. Just heals us. Or we'd probably take max HP. Is Dead Adventurer good? Yeah, I want to fight more elites. Preserved Insect also works in the fight. Living Wall's great. Mushroom is great. Scrap Ooze is a little sus. If we Scrap Ooze, we might have to rest, but we get an extra... I mean, we're encouraged to rest by Dreamcatcher anyway. So I guess Scrap Ooze is good. Shining Light, I guess, is good for the same reason then. Although it would be a little bit scary to do the fight after the Shining Light. Cleric's always good when you have enough money. Serpent is bad. But this is the first bad one we've seen. Wing Statue's good. World of Goop is bad. So 2 bad ones, 2 good, or 8 good ones. However, we do have strong metascaling because of the Golden Idol, so we get extra gold for doing these fights. Gremlin Horn should make the fights fairly easy. Also, we want to get card rewards because we have 2 stacks, right? So we're highly encouraged to pick cards. Most of these events do not add cards to the deck. And in fact, the Cleric removes one. So actually, the Cleric and Wing Statue remove. So 2 out of 10 remove. We want to hit 8 more question marks total. If we don't do a question mark now, we might not be able to. It definitely makes our future pathing easier. How do we feel about bites and stuff? Bites and apparitions. I think we're currently yes on both. Unusually, I believe Winding Halls is good here. Winding Halls is normally bad, but Winding Halls I think is good in this deck because we have a Scrape. Probably ends up being good. Couple of card removes in the Shrines too. Bonfire Spirits. And we meet again might be a card remove. I'm actually pretty happy to see the health reducing events, World of Goop and Scrap Ooze, because we have a Dreamcatcher. So if we're in a position where we have to rest here, that's kind of good for us. I think resting here is a more efficient use of the floor than upgrading, which is unusual, right? But because we have Dreamcatcher and we want a large deck, I think being forced to rest before the boss is actually really good. Missing an upgrade on Hyper Beam is unfortunate, though. That's true, yeah, I didn't even consider Stack plus Feather. Good point. I guess we're unlikely to want to rest, right? Because we're going to have a 20-card deck by the time we get to the campsite. So we're going to heal for 12. We're not going to need that much HP. On the flip side, we only need one more card to get to the 20-card breakpoint. So if we go question mark and it doesn't either add or remove a card, and then do a fight, we'll get there. On the flip side, if we do 2 fights, then we kind of get our pick, right? If we get a bad card reward, we can still skip. We can skip and still get to 20. This is a tough choice. I think the tiny chest pushes me over the edge. I don't want to be in a position where I only get like 3 question marks in Act 2, and then I have to find 4 in Act 3, and it makes things awkward. I want to be hunting elites in Act 2, so I want to take the pressure off that pathing. Okay, yeah, we talked about Shining Light being good. Going into a fight with 6 health is a little bit sketchy. We do have a strength pot. But we've already seen Gang of Gremlins, and we have a Hyper Beam and a Gremlin Horn, so I think we should be okay in the fight. Shining Light hitting Hyper Beam is great. Stacks are okay. It could hit Scrape Dual Cast, which would be great. Chaos is a good upgrade. Alright, let's do it. Or it could hit Double Defend, that works too. It's actually fairly good for a Guardian fight. I don't hate it. Dual Cast Hyper Beam seems great. Not what we were looking for, but... okay. Man, I never play Stack. I thought Stack worked the other way. I thought Stack counted the cards in your draw pile. That's Amalgam, right? Yeah, we did get Gremlin Horn. Okay. We are dead on board, so let's Chaos Compile Driver and find an answer. We've made a mistake. Did we miss damage with the strength pot? Because that would have been, we missed 8 from that and then 4 from the other 2. Yeah, I didn't think about the strength pot enough. I'm gonna go back and think about that because we did have guaranteed lethal there. I just thought that was the only out. And that was wrong. So we dual casted first and then hyper beamed and drew nothing. Okay, so we're dead on board. So we have to either Chaos Compile Driver for an out. And what would our out be? Stack specifically? No, stack or defend. So there's 3 outs here. So we're drawing 3 out of 8 for an out. It's like significantly sub 50% chance to survive there. Or we can take the strength pot, scrape strike compile driver, which is lethal, right? This is 9. That's 9, so 18 plus another 8, yeah. I don't think there's any excuse for Chaos Compiled over here. I think that's a objective mistake. Okay. Rebound is good with the reprogram that we didn't pick. Rebounding a scrape is, or rebounding a stack is usually something you're pretty interested in doing. Stack is better later in the fight. Could take out auto shields. Auto shields is kind of a boss card for Guardian. And we do want to pick a card here to get to the 20 card breakpoint. Darkness also fine against Guardian. Yeah, auto shields is nice right now. It does get a little bit bad later. Like, auto shields usually, like, you end up with, like, a loop and a frost orb, and you are sad that you have auto shields. A lot of the time. Although, even in that situation, you can sometimes get rid of your block against the heart and then auto shield anyway. I like the darkness if you don't plan on playing Hyper Beam. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're playing Hyper Beam or not. Kind of depends on the situation. I think ideally not. Back when we had the Strength Pot, I think we were planning on just Strength Potting him to death and saving the Hyper Beam. We might need the Hyper Beam now, though. Doesn't seem like our orbs are doing too much. Yeah, I think auto shields is... I think this automaton fight's kind of long, so there's plenty of time for that to pay off. Resting and getting a card seems reasonable here. Otherwise, it's upgrade Hyper Beam. I think I'm gonna respect Guardian and take a rest. Aggregate's great if we're looking for a really thick deck. Meow? Meow, you say? Meow. Confirmed. Aggregate's good with our shuffle control mechanisms, scrape and compile driver. So we can shuffle and then aggregate. Is there a Sweeping Beam? Sweeping Beam's some nice AoE for Act 2. We have a Hyper Beam. Is our main AoE currently. Sweeping Beam also allows us to shuffle, which is bad for stack. Could take a charge battery. The problem with aggregate is there's no we don't have like a clear outlet for our energy. I guess we have some card draw, but like really only compile driver is going to draw stuff that we like can pay for, right? Scrape only draws 0 cost stuff. So it like puts things in the discard, which is useful for stack, but it doesn't actually like draw things to spend energy on. I think taking a charge battery is too much block. We've got 2 stacks and an auto shields. That's a lot. What? Aggregate's good if we're picking like a Meteor Strike. Are we picking a Meteor Strike? Probably. If we see one. I feel like Aggregate is such a frustrating card, because it's like... Aggregate enables you to play Meteor Strike, right? It enables you to play really expensive cards. But, if you don't have, like, Ice Cream, then, like... and maybe if you have, like, Pyramid, and you can, like, hold the Aggregate, then it's good, but... Aggregate encourages you to have a big deck, and then... having a big deck means that you're not lining up Aggregate in your expensive cards anymore. Now you're just lining up Aggregate with random cards. Which is upsetting. Super Beam's okay for Act 2. I wouldn't say it's great. Do we just skip this? I feel like Charge Battery is too much. Aggregate's like kind of weird and speculative, and Sweeping Beam is just like not effective against Guardian. There's pretty reasonable reasons to skip all of these cards. I guess Sweeping Beam is like, it's okay in Act 2, and it like helps us put cards in the discard for stack. I think I'm gonna pass here. Charge Battery is good too. Let's go. Okay, the Guardian. Well, we're definitely getting hit on turn 2. This rollout's way too slow. Bunch of block cards. Melter's nice. Auto Shields is nice. I guess Melter Hyper Beam gets through his split, right? I guess, like, what's our strategy with this fight, right? We don't really do much with the orbs, so I think maybe we just Hyper Beam now. If we Hyper Beam now, we're basically missing, like, 9 damage per turn for the rest of the fight. But then if we just play Hyper Beam every 3 turns, then we get that back. It makes the chaos kind of sad. But I don't want to take 36 either, so I think it's worth it. Stack doing its thing. Dual Cast does still work. Compile Driver could draw 2, but what are we hoping to draw? There's really no option, right? Nothing blocks. Oof. He got us. Auto Shields is definitely getting played. Falling is better than a strike, and it's either strike or defend. I think defend is the right answer. If we do this Hyper Beam, we stop stacking our Dark Orb. But I think we need that to split him next turn, unless we get Melter. We need to Compile Driver into Melter here. I guess Chaos Compile Driver gives us the best shot at Melter. Do we want to consider Stack Defend instead? Stack Defend blocks for 19. That doesn't survive. That dies exactly. Dual Cast instead of Strike would have been better. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I would have done 10, right? So we don't survive with Defense Stack. Or I guess we do, actually. We survive with 1, because we play Defend first. There's an extra card in the discard. So guaranteed survive at 1, or Compile Driver looking for specifically Melter. It's a 50-50, right? It's a 50-50 to survive again. Hey, Chinese Democrat. Why is this day holy? This is the holiest day of the internet calendar. It's 420. Look around you and blaze all that you see. Gosh. I guess if we compile driver into stack, no, that doesn't survive because we can't play double stack. Oh wait, we draw 3 cards. This is a 75% chance out. 75 is pretty good. Alright, we got it. Okay. Double defend Hyper Beam. Just get some damage in. Or do we just double defend? Hold. Ah, I see. Your name is Chinese Democrat, so I was imagining you, like, being in China and, like, dodging the censors to make your name Chinese Democrat. I had whole, like, headcanon where you're, like, on VPN or something. You've ruined my headcanon. How dare you. If we play Hyper Beam now, does the Dark Orb D go down? Does it go down to 9 next turn? I believe it doesn't. I think that it just doesn't go up. I don't know if I've ever had enough negative focus in a Dark Orb to see this interaction. So we're basically taking 4 to do 26. It's a pretty good ratio. If we take 4, we go to 13. He hits for 16 next turn. So we just need a single defend to survive. Both of our defends are upgraded, so... Defend plus, auto shield, stack, all survive. Seems fine. Yeah, it does not go negative. Alright. Auto shields. It's here. Maybe I'm Chinese using a German proxy to disguise my identity. But yeah, but then wouldn't your date format be in the Chinese format? I don't know how Chinese does their date formatting. Do they do month, day, year? Maybe he's pretending to be German. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Sounds about right. Seems like Dual-Cast should get played. So much plasma. Stack over Melter. I don't want to take more damage. Hey, thanks for the subscription, Savage Nymph. Appreciate the support. Thanks for baking for 6 months. That's awesome. Well, we have 5 energy, and we get to draw 2 cards here, so I guess let's do that. Stack defend blocks out, or defend stack blocks out, rather. So let's do that, and then do we want to shuffle, or advance the plasma orb? Both? Sure. Oops, we dropped a stack on the floor there. Get him, Hyper Beam. I kind of wish I could keep the Plasma Orb, but I think it's worth it just to get the split here. Alright, next Hyper Beam kills. Minus 12 focus. That's tremendous. This stack blocks out. This does 0 damage when evoked, so I will dual cast the Plasma Orb. And get another Plasma Orb. The last 3 Chaos have all just been Plasma pluses. Okay. This blocks out, and then we can choose to play one of these two. I guess we'll play Melter, because it's more damage. Oh wait, we have Lethal. Okay. I'll take Lethal. Smoke Bomb. Core Surge, Meteor Strike, and Electrodynamics. Interesting. Well, these cards are all really good. Meteor Strike not currently playable, so I think we're not taking that. I'm against speculative Meteor Strikes in all of their forms. If you can't always play it, you shouldn't pick it. But it is nice when you can play it. So I think it's between Electro and Core Surge here. Electro, definitely good for hunting Act 2 elites. Get some more AoE. Not great with the Hyper Beam. Core Surge blocks debuffs in Act 2, so we could block a Hex, we could block Confused. We could block Vulnerable or Weak. Can you ever block Net? I guess you can, right? If you, like, kill Blue Slaver, or if Blue Slaver isn't debuffing on that turn. It is a little bit silly to have both Electrodynamics and Hyper Beam, I'll admit that. But Electrodynamics is like our late game AoE scaling, and Hyper Beam is like our Act 2 AoE. We can also Core Surge Hyper Beam, right? Try and save the focus. Core Surge also good with a speculative bias cog. I could see it either way. Yeah. Neither one of them goes into the discard pile, so that neither one helps helps the stack plan. I mean, Gremlin Horn kind of reduces the necessity of AoE, but it, like, not really. Like, Electrodynamics does, like, makes each Lightning Orb do an extra 6 damage in the Slaver fight. And, like, that's not really comparable to, like, you draw 2 cards over the course of the fight. And gain 2 energy. I'm gonna take the Core Surge. I don't know exactly why. Well, then I should think about why. I guess Core Surge is better for, like, assassinating somebody, right? Core Surge is 1 energy for 11 damage, so we can kill somebody and get a Gremlin Horn proc, whereas Electrodynamics is, like, 2 energy for 6 damage. It just hits everybody. We do have Cracked Core, though, so, like, a turn 1 Electrodynamics is, like, fairly decent. If we see Meteor Strike, are we picking it? Or if we see Snecko Eye, is what I meant. Probably. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to pick it. I'd love to see Pyramid. Pyramid with two stacks seems incredible. I'm going to take Core Surge. Core Surge is also really good with Pyramid, because we can line it up with Bias Cog or on the specific debuff turn. There's Pyramid. It is a 3 energy Pyramid, so it's not, like, absolutely amazing. But it's pretty heckin' good. I don't think I really need to talk about this decision too much. Pyramid is, like, pretty much the best case scenario here. But for completeness sake, I guess I will talk about it. So Runic Dome is often a death sentence. Runic Dome, particularly in a deck with like big defensive resources like auto shields and stack and stuff, it's difficult to do your fights efficiently because you don't know how much damage is coming in. So you end up like over blocking, and that makes you go slow, and that means you have to survive more turns. And the more turns you have to survive, the more damage you end up taking. You take damage in hallway fights, you end up dying. So like, Runic Dome, it seems like it's free, right? Since if you have the wiki up, right, you know what enemies are likely to do. But not being able to play fights efficiently is actually like a super big cost, even if you're playing optimally. So I don't think this is correct. Coffee Dripper's pretty nice. We do have Eternal Feather. So Eternal Feather, Coffee Dripper, definitely making some waves there. It does turn off our Dreamcatcher, but I think Dreamcatcher is probably done anyway. We're not, like, super energy hungry. We have a little bit of card draw with the Compile Driver, but that's basically it. So I don't mind too much being a 3 energy deck, especially if it's with the Pyramid. So let's do Pyramid. Okay. 400 gold, I think we're going to be looking for a shop here. Also, Tiny Chest means that we're looking for question marks, and Preserved Insect means we're looking for elites. So very complicated pathing decisions here. Also, because of the stacks, we're looking for card rewards, so we're looking for fights as well. Golden Idol also encourages fights. So we want everything, unfortunately, and we have a limited number of floors in which to get it. Looking for a 3 elite path with a early shop. Looks like that is this path. We could go here, but that's a 2 elite path. One of these two would be the follow-up. There's another early shop, but it requires like a lot of fights. I guess fights are kind of good because of Golden Idol. Yeah, it seems like the first bit of doing this is almost certainly correct. Counting question marks. Yeah, it looks like we're getting 3. This one and these two. And 3 is one of our target numbers, so we want either 3 or 4 this act. Or, you know, 7. If we get 7, we could probably get 3 procs of Tiny Chest. I don't think 7 is going to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could get 6, and then we'd need 5 in the next act, but that seems kind of insane. We'd have to skip a shop with 500 gold, and, you know, and we die with a bunch of money and feel really stupid. So I think we're pretty happy hitting the 3 question marks in this act. 3 question marks, 3 elites, early shop, some fights. No fires on that route, so that's a little scary. If we get here and decide we need fires, we can hit kind of 2 in a row here and skip some elites to get it. Which may be the case. Pyramid is not like a tremendous hallway fight relic, so we might be getting beat up in these early hallway fights. We can always fight the elite and then choose to skip this one for a fire as well. I'll take this one because it's the only one with a choice, but we're probably not making that choice. We do have a smoke bomb, so it's possible that we just want to smoke bomb this fight immediately. If we think this is a bad fight. Smoke bomb is such a weird resource. We have Core Surge Hyper Beam, which is nice. So we Core Surge Hyper Beam. Take 12? Seems less nice. Yeah, let's just smoke bomb immediately. I feel like we're gonna smoke bomb though, and then we're gonna land ourselves in a avocado fight. We could Core Surge, defend Strike, and Hyper Beam next turn. It's just not a good fight for us, right? We can't knock down birds. I mean, Smoke Bomb could be valuable, but we have a lot of options on this path, right? So if we get to a position where we're like, okay, if we're at like 10 health here, which is the position where like Smoke Bomb would be valuable, then we just go this way. We just rest, right? We're not committed to the path with few fires. We can get extra fires anytime we want them, basically. No thanks, birds. Let's get out of here. Alright, Chosen's good, assuming we can get a floor 1 Core Surge, which we can't. Okay. Man, that Chaos loves hitting Plasma Orbs. And honestly, I love hitting Plasma Orbs too. Getting 4 energy. I like it. Okay, I think we're going to save the Hyper Beam for either Lethal or Core Surge. Just take a bunch of damage here. Okay. Auto Shield stack blocks out. We can do Auto Shield stack Core Surge Strike and get lethal with Hyper Beam next turn. Is that true? Feels truthy. If we play Auto Shield stack Strike, we're playing 3 cards, Ascender's Main exhausts. We have 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand, so we draw exactly 4, so this stack would be maxed out. Seems pretty reasonable. Oh wait, we're not going to draw all these 4 because we draw up to 2 dazes. Hyper Beam Scrape is not lethal. I guess Zap Hyper Beam Scrape is lethal. Or just Zap Hyper Beam, that works too. Okay. Could maybe use a Go for the Eyes. Weakening people is nice. We do have to, we're physically blocking, right? We're blocking with like stacks and auto shields and stuff. Not with orbs. So Go for the Eyes is pretty nice scaling to have access to. It's also a 0 cost card in a pyramid deck. We are going to have some energy problems as a 3 energy pyramid deck. So Go for the Eyes makes a lot of sense. We do have Scrape as well, technically. Got a little bit of extra value there. Pretty much given up on Scrape synergies, but it is still in the deck. Compiles River seems poor. Force Field, nothing yet to indicate that's any good. We don't have any powers, so... Core Surge says we're going to pick a Bias Gog if we see one, but who knows if that'll happen. Alright, the shop. Hand Drill. Hand Drill is our shop relic. Double Energy seems quite nice. Could pick up a second Core Surge. Secret Weapon seems fine. Card removes, obviously good with Pyramid. Nunchaku's energy. And there's a fairy in a bottle. You think fairy is required? It's definitely good. I don't know if it's required. That's true, we can draw into a secret weapon with Scrape. Good point. Also, if we take double energy and upgrade it, we can draw into that. Cost 0. What's our current upgrade situation? I feel like we haven't upgraded in a while. Next upgrade is probably Go for the Eyes. It's a pretty important upgrade. Yeah, I don't think we have any super high priority upgrades. So if we see something that has a good upgrade, we're fairly likely to be able to hit it. I guess a Hyper Beam is probably the top of the list, actually. You can do nutty things with these secret cards and all for one. Had an amazing run with that synergy. Yeah, you need the upgrades though, because they exhaust as is. But yeah, use the secret weapon to go get the all for one. Play the all for one, get the secret weapon back. Use the secret weapon to get whatever. Something. We don't have an all for one, so picking a steam barrier seems odd. We do have a scrape, so theoretically we can draw the steam barrier. Hey, Phosphor. Greetings, comrade. Do Russian people roll their R's? I never thought about that. I thought that was like a Spanish thing. I feel like the Russian rolled R and the Spanish rolled R happen at different parts of your mouth. I feel like Russian people like roll the G. Greetings. Rather than rolling the R. Oh, sorry. Psi4? I get it. Sorry, yeah, I just misread it. I saw the PH and the POR and I was like, done. Yeah, double energy seems quite nice for Pyramid, right? Because we're going to draw 10-card hands. And sometimes we get plasma orbs. So being able to go 4 turns into 6, play all the cards, is quite nice. I'm surprised more people aren't talking about the second Core Surge. I really do like 2 Core Surges, because then, like, we can block, like, the Heart Vulnerable more consistently, or we can block the debuff from 2 Hyper Beams, which is pretty nice. If we do Core Surge, Secret Weapon, do we have enough left for Fairy in a Bottle? I believe we do, but just barely. Let me bust out the calculator here. I don't trust myself to do 3-digit addition. 169 plus 180 plus 106 is 455. We do not have enough. We're off by 22. Well, drat. I guess that means 169 plus 180 plus 75 we can probably afford. Yeah, so we could do a card remove with the Secret Weapon Core Surge. We could skip the Secret Weapon, do card remove, Fairy Bottle, Core Surge, and double energy. Secret Weapon is pretty poor in this scenario, IMO. Not sure it's worth that much money. I hard disagree with that. I feel like Secret Weapon into Hyper Beam is how we kill Slavers. I feel like that's super good, really, right here. That's how I would like to kill Slavers. We want to be really fast in that fight. And in Book of Stabbing, right? It gives you a second way to draw the card you want, but that's not high chances. I mean, it doubles your chances, right? I guess technically not exactly doubles because it adds a card to the deck at the same time, but having 2 outs is better than having 1. Plus we can like go get Core Surge with it for blocking turn 1 Heart Vulnerable. So we're basically running like 3 Core Surges at that point. Is the double energy worth it? So wait, the line we're talking about now is Core Surge, Secret Weapon, double energy card remove. Can we afford all that? 169 plus 180 plus 75. No, we definitely can't. Card remove or double energy. Can't do both. Does ceramic fish pay off? We could take ceramic fish. Could try to save money here too. It's not an amazing shop. Secret weapon, double energy. Energy generation is definitely good. Maybe we can just skip the core surge because we already do have a core surge, right? And if we're taking secret weapon, then we already have sort of 2 core surges for heart, which is nice. We only get to block one debuff, but that's usually enough, right? Yeah, taking 20 cards to get fish value, and it's like that would be way later fish value too, right? It's like we'd get a payoff of like 10 gold by the Act 4 shop. It's such a waste of time. I would rather take Nunchaku than double energy, right? Nunchaku's, you can like set it up so you get the energy on turn 1. Maybe not. It's a tough shop. Yeah, but getting your money back is not really. That's not. You haven't gained anything, and in fact, you've lost lots of opportunity cost, right? So I think 20 is a better estimate than 18, and probably isn't even enough. I think you probably have to take like 30 cards before you're like actually getting paid off here. You like double core surge card move? Yeah, it's reasonable. It was the first thing I thought of. I saw the shop. I was like, take the rares. Actually, the first thing I saw was the fairy in a bottle, to be fair. Maybe I should be reconsidering the fairy in a bottle secret weapon card remove line. 106 plus 180 plus 75. We'd even have some more money to play around with. We'd have like 60 left. Actually, 72 left. Also, we have a core surge in the deck and a flex spot in the bar. That's kind of neat. I guess that the fairy in a bottle makes that a little bit awkward. Would you rate secret weapon over core surge? I think I would, yeah, because the secret weapon can be either a core surge or a hyper beam, but core surge can only be a core surge. I mean, it would be nice to have both, right? I think both are good. Yeah, maybe we should just click the secret weapon. I really do like. I mean, I'll take like 4 core surges if they get offered. I don't think there's a limit on core surges. Yeah, we kind of actually like cards that go into the discard for the stacks. So if I had if we could get a secret weapon plus, then that'd be even better, right? Thanks for the subscription, Sub125. Appreciate the support. Thanks for bacon for 4 months. It's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Alright, I think I'm going with the secret weapon fairy in a bottle card remove line. I like second core surge, but it's a little bit redundant, and secret weapons kind of functions as a second core surge, and I don't think I can afford both. Fairy does block up my potion slots, though. So we'd kind of have to use the flex spot, like, in the next fight. But I guess we only have a 20% potion chance, so assuming this isn't a fight, we go up to 30%, most likely, spend the flex spot in an elite fight. Seems like where it wants to get spent. Okay. Alright. And we're doing this line. Yeah, we can choose after the question mark, but probably doing that line. Ooh, Cursed Tome. Play a double Hyper Beam. Delicious. Yeah, Necronomicon and Hyper Beam is ridiculous. Okay. Yes, the book. Well, that was kind of our elite fight, right? Do we go rest now? And go fight this elite? Or we could go upgrade Hyper Beam now. Hyper Beam's got a really sick upgrade, and getting it twice... I'll just take a cool 70 AoE damage. 0 setup. It's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it seems like that puts us in a really strong position. Let's do that. We skipped this elite, but that's okay. Ritual Dagger 2. We have Secret Weapons, so it's pretty easy. Secret Weapon and Pyramid should be pretty easy to set up Ritual Dagger. As long as we can avoid killing everything with Hyper Beam. I think I like Ritual Dagger. It's fairly early, too. Floor 22. Murder! Murder! Kaka! Kaka! The marginal value of gold is a little bit lower because we have Golden Idol. So we have access to extra gold from other sources. Claw! Good point, cultists. Alright. $36, I think, is enough. We have to get that Hyper Beam upgrade with the Necronomicon. Okay. Pen Nib? Whoa. 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 Got some multipliers now. Let's take some big numbers and multiply them together. That's a good feeling. Definitely seems like we can take an elite here. Alright, no turn 1 Hyper Beam available. I might flex pot here. Oh, Necronomicurse Pyramid. I forgot about that. That sucks. So our max hand size is reduced. It doesn't do 140. It does like 112 or something. Wait, what? It does this times 3, whatever that is. So yeah, it's 102. So the problem with waiting for Flexbot is we are facing down 15 damage, and it would be really nice to kill gremlins this turn. I guess if we don't, we could just like double strike, sneak a gremlin, and block out. Save the go for the eyes for a better turn. Yeah, that's reasonable. Okay. Almost forgot about that. Sure, we're still blocking out. Okay, she's summoning. I've got Melter. Melter on the armor. Melter finds a way. I guess I compiled over Strike. That Secret Weapon's probably a Hyper Beam, but we can wait for next turn. We want to play the Zap before the Hyper Beam, so we should play it now. Secret weapon, double hyper beam, ritual dagger is lethal, right? So we don't even need the flex bot in the fight. Because it does 34 twice, which is 68. 68 plus 15. I guess it's slightly short. We're off by 2. But no, we have to go for the ice, so yeah, it is lethal. Sweet. Also plays 4 attacks for Pendib. Bonk. Oddly smooth stone. Okay. I'll take it. Claw costs 0, can help set up pen nib. Seems bad. Seems unnecessary. Barrage is asking us to scale too many things at the same time. Yeah, I do like the smooth stone. We're definitely blocking with Dex, which is actually pretty unusual for defect. Usually we're blocking with frost orbs by this point. But Dex is paying off here. I think we just skip here. It's a bit late for a rip and tear. Yeah, so when somebody says pick claw in chat, I just assume that it's a meme. I just assume it's like they're performatively asking for claw to be picked because that's the role of chat, Twitch chat in this relationship. Okay, yeah, I think we're skipping. Meat on the bone. We're pretty close to half health. You always talk about claw infinites. Wait, claw doesn't have any role in the infinite. Claw is just extra if you're doing an infinite. I do always talk about infinites, although this run hasn't had an infinite talk yet. Somebody claimed that like the Vegetablebread starter kit was always talk about your infinite at some point in the run, but this run has never had an opportunity. I think stack kind of ruins infinites, right? Which is probably why I don't usually take it. So meat on the bone seems useful right now, but like with feather, do we really need it? A deck of claws and unceasing top wins all the way until the heart. I mean, it wins until Ascension 10 as well. There's some problems with that plan. I mean, if you're a deck full of claws, you probably have like a recycle to get rid of the non-claws as well. So you can just recycle the statuses. No big deal. It's true. We did find a way to talk about infinites anyway. It's true. Meat on the bone could put us in positions where it's impossible to solve a fight. So, like, we currently have quite a few things we're planning to do each fight. We want to kill people with Ritual Dagger. We have a Runic Pyramid we're managing. And trying to get to exactly half health is a bit of an extra side quest that I'm not 100% sure we can manage. I guess now that I've said it out loud, it doesn't seem like that many side quests. It's just meat on the bone and Ritual Dagger. It's not that bad. You just get to exactly half health and you Ritual Dagger people. Easy peasy. Okay. Yeah, this has got to make us survive the run more, right? There's no way that's bad. Alright, Snake Plant. We're not strong enough to Ritual Dagger him from the top rope yet. It is unfortunately the most damage. We're getting absolutely beaten up this turn. Probably using the Flexpot Core Surge. We have a 30% potion chance, so it'd be nice to clear up a spot in the bar. Yeah, also plants are scary. I kind of want to play Melter after the other attacks so that it hits more malleable, but then Melter does more damage, so it gets better Pendib value first. I think I'll just do it first. Wait, do we have lethal? 16 plus 23. I guess I'll count this one as 13. Or 12, rather, because he's got 4 block from it. So 12 plus 23 is 35. No, it's definitely not lethal. Okay. Just setting up meat on the bone. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. No, it was not. It was definitely not. Well, I guess it would have been lethal, but it wouldn't have gotten the ritual dagger proc, which seems bad. So we want to get more attacks for Pen Nib and finish with ritual dagger. So I guess we do like this. Okay. Seems like the most attacks we can get. Good morning, Stixu. Self-repair says plus on it. It's an extra side quest, and it works actually really well with meat on the bone. Go to half health, heal for 22. 22 is almost half of our health, so we kind of get to like meat on the bone to full health. Which is pretty outrageous. Not normally a huge self-repair fan, but this one does say plus on it. And we are in a pretty good position to set up side quests with Runic Pyramid, and we're already doing a Ritual Dagger and Meat on the Bone. So might as well just toss another side quest on the fire. It is definitely possible to, like, draw nothing on turn 1, draw, like, 2 stacks and a self-repair and then die. But we have fairy in a bottle, so hopefully that just doesn't happen. Alright, I think we're trying to fight another elite. We're trying to take 0 damage in this hallway fight, which is not always possible, but yeah, especially not in this fight. We can start with double hyper beam though, which is strong. But that kind of just makes us take more damage. Oh wait, if we double hyper beam, we just win right now. Yeah, double hyper beam ritual dagger is lethal. Get out of here, you stupid bug. Darn, he left. I got my bug zapper out, but it was too late. Yeah, so this does 68, 68 plus 21 is lethal. Yep. Pew pew! Have you heard of laser beams? We want to play an extra attack if we can, and we can. So we'll just weave that in there. Sweet, get out of my fight. We didn't do all of our side quests. We skipped the self-repair side quest in that fight, but the alternative was taking a bunch of damage, so seems dumb. Second self-repair plus. Is there like a frozen egg hiding up here? Why are all my powers upgraded? Beam cell's not insane. Bolded letters. Are they actually bolded? Does the font weight change when you see upgrades? I don't see any bolded letters. 32 health at the end of a fight. That's exactly half of our max HP. So if we go down to 32, play both self-repairs, we'd go back to 64. Yeah, the optical weight of the self-repair is higher, which is sort of what bold is supposed to do. I don't think it's bold though. I think it's the same literal font weight, or I guess I should say typesetting weight, because I introduced the term optical font weight. They all have a shadow, if you look. See? I guess maybe the shadow is a more different color when it's compared to a bright green. Did you know that your eyes have twice as many, or if you're physiologically normative. Your eyes have twice as many green receptors as other colors. That's why monitors have twice as many green, darn. I can't say phosphors or diodes, because those are both wrong with certain technologies. Twice as many green-emitting locations. I can't say pixels either, because there's 2 green diodes per pixel. It's a very difficult sentence to say correctly and succinctly. There's twice as many green things on your screen. Anyway, for most screens. That's obviously not always true. Sometimes the easiest way to say something correctly is to just say it in a really simple way. Because then you don't get yourself tied in knots over the complexity. I'm not against second self-repair. It seems a little bit greedy. But it does help us, like, on average, complete a side quest. I don't know. That's insane, right? We definitely don't need 2 self-repairs. This is way too far. I think it's beam cell or skip here. So the advantage of beam cell is we sometimes do like 150 damage a turn. So if we can vulnerable people during that, we just like absolutely crater them into the ground. Hyper beam gets an additional 19 damage, or no, 17 damage. So it would do 34 more total. So instead of 102 is assuming pen nib as well. So instead of doing 68, it would do, I guess it's back to 102. And if it is with pen nib, then it would do 136. 136 is a lot. I believe the beam cell is the only way for defect to get access to vulnerable. Is that true? Or only like non-relic, only card option for vulnerable. I'll look that up really quick. Because it's not a great card, but if it's the only one... Yeah, it is in fact the only one. Just looked it up. Yeah, exactly. With Awaken 1 and Pyramid, we'd have the self-repair stuck in hand forever, right? Which is not actually too bad, right? Because then at least we don't have to redraw them. So we just, like, bully his first phase and then self-repair into the second phase. One of the problems with self-repair is it's totally useless against the heart. I mean, you don't have to, like, evaluate all cards in the context of the heart fight. That's not really what most cards in the deck are for, but, like... that is a downside. Also, because we have Pyramid, if we find a Dark Shackles, then we don't really care about, whatchamacallit, playing powers. We can just play the powers and purge the strength. I'm not really sure we need access to vulnerable, but it does seem like we've got a lot of multipliers, right? We've got Necronomicon and Pen Nib, so getting an extra multiplier seems like a good idea. We're just taking Hyper Beam and multiplying it by a large number. This helps us multiply. Tiny slavers. How can they enslave anyone with that tiny size? Speed pot, double defend, self-repair. If we speed pot, double defend, we block for... This blocks for 11, this blocks for 14. That's 26. So we take 3. 3 is kind of the worst number to take, because we want to be at 32. And we'd be at 33. Did I do this math right? So this is 15 plus 10, so we block for 25. I got a different answer that time, which leads me to being at exactly 32. So 11 plus 14 is 25. Yeah, 25 is the correct answer. So I would take 4, and it works out perfectly, so let's do it. We are missing the opportunity to save the decks with, whatchamacallit? Core Surge, but I'm fine with that. Trap. So we can actually block the net here, but we have to use the pen nib to get it. I guess that's okay. I think I'm going to keep the target as Red Slaver like normal, because if we draw a Ritual Dagger, I'm going to play Ritual Dagger before Hyper Beam, and Hyper Beam's already clearing the board. So I just want to put him in Ritual Dagger range. And go for the ice, saves the most health on blue slavers, let's use it. Okay. Do you have a list of mods? I do, and in fact... There you go. Oh yeah, you figured it out. So we have lethal. But we haven't played Ritual Dagger yet. And we have... Oh no, we don't have the additional self-repair. We didn't pick that. Can we block out? These block for 24. If we play more cards, they block for more. So we could play like Beam Cell, Compile Driver, double stack, and then they'd block for 14 each, so 28. Kill 2 and Ritual the 3rd. That's not how Hyper Beam would work right now. Hyper Beam would kill both, because we have Necronomicon. Or kill all 3, rather. It'd be nice if I could just single Hyper Beam, but I cannot. Necronomicon. It's unconditional. Doesn't care about what I want and need. I guess we could Compile Driver into Ritual Dagger to kill somebody. Alright, let's give that a chance to happen. Sorry about the train noises. Actually, let's Beam Cell first. Yeah, the train is feet from my house, so... It's loud. So we either Hyper Beam for lethal, or we double stack and take 3 damage. I'm definitely willing to take 3 damage to get a Ritual Dagger proc, no doubt there. We are becoming vulnerable, but that's fine, we don't care about that. Oh, it's only 2 damage, huh? I was off. Got the Ritual Dagger, sweet. And we'll just, kill you. We have an extra energy, so we can fit in an extra strike to set up Pen Nib for later. The second stack had... Oh yeah, second... Right. Good point. Stack is a surprisingly complicated card. Loop, Static Discharge, and Beam Cell. Right, we got the stacks. Got a stack of them. Stack them up. I'm actually gonna go close that door so the train's less loud. Alright. I tend to top deck stack, yeah. No kidding. We have Pyramid here, so the risk of that is somewhat lower, so we can, if we get it on turn 1, we can just hold it. But I think we're skipping here. I don't think it's necessary to pick any of these. Loop's kind of nice, but we don't have any focus, so... or really orbs. We have Chaos, but... It's funny, the Chaos is what prevented us from picking Reprogram, but then we, like, haven't really used the Chaos either. We should have just taken the Reprogram, I guess. Yeah, Reprogram would be good with a Hyper Beam deck. I guess I'd take a Reprogram now. Whatever. I was scared of falling into the same trap as yesterday. I think we go for the low variance approach here. There is a there's a small there's a marginally decreasing return on gold because like if we bet the 250 or bet for the high variance option here, then we bet 50, go down to 150, and then we win. If we win 250 gold, we go up to 400, and by the time we get to a shop, we might have like 500 or 600, and 500 or 600 is like kind of enough that you're not really getting that much value out of the shop. I would rather just win more consistently and have a good 300 gold shop than take a high variance approach. Also, because this deck is currently very strong, we're in a really good position. There's no reason to take a high variance option. The expected value of the 250 is higher. That's true. Yeah, but we care about variance, which is sort of the fundamental question this event is asking, right? It's like, do you care about the expected value or do you care about the variance? I think we care about the variance. Sure. I wonder whether the code switches the result based on your choice, or if it's locked in already. If you think about it, there's actually no way for the code to switch it based on your choice. Because there's like, the computer can't actually do random things. So whatever logic is encoded in the code was written there before you clicked. So like, if you click one or the other, it's it can't make a different decision based on that because those decisions are already encoded in it. This turn sucks. The logic could have an if, right, but that code was written before you clicked the button, so it's not really changing its behavior based on if you click the button. The behavior of the two buttons was already written before you clicked. I mean, clearly the buttons are different, right? It gives you different text and stuff. I'm not claiming that they're the same button. We might just be speaking in nonsense at this point. Okay. Well, I don't see any reason to play either of these, so I'm not going to. Core Surge, you're too late. So go for the eyes blocks a little bit. Probably go for the eyes and Core Surge. We're setting. Oh, hey, Core Surge is hitting Necronomicon because the high Snecko value. But if there's, say, 10% always lose, 10% always win, and the rest to make up numbers. But what is? Yeah, I don't think your question makes any sense. Pi 4. Am I saying that right? Pi 4? Because, like, the 10% are also percents, right? So there's no reason to, like, calculate the numbers differently depending on which one you choose, right? Phi 4, okay. So it's like the Greek letter. Yeah, auto shields is fine here. This actually gets pen nibbed. I guess if it's getting pen nibbed anyway, I'd rather vulnerable it. Let's see, if this gets pen nibbed, we're doing 33 damage. 33 damage does not put him below 68, so we can still Hyper Beam and Ritual Dagger. Although, I guess it depends on what the costs are for Hyper Beam and Ritual Dagger. I'm assuming Hyper Beam costs 2 or more, but that's not actually guaranteed. Okay. Is that the first time puzzle sparked? Oh, I guess we just got it. I was just surprised the puzzle existed. Well, darn, we can't play this Hyper Beam or else it interrupts our Ritual Dagger. So we're basically just hoping Ritual Dagger costs 2 or more here. And that we can draw it. It costs 0, helpfully. I guess Runic Pyramid Confused is like kind of an existential threat, so maybe we just take the Hyper Beam and win and walk away. So our current max block is Defend, which blocks for 12, so we take 6. Our max damage would be... I guess Melter is more damage than Strike, which is sad. So it'd be like Melter, Secret Weapon for... Scrape, I guess? Scrape draws Ball Lightning for free. It seems like we can get there. Alright. Yeah, we only need 9 more damage. But getting it is very tricky. So it has to be scrape into something else for free, right? I guess Compile Driver also can get there. Compile Driver draws 2 cards. Unfortunately, though, I think we have to kill him now. Because I don't want to take 18. So I think it doesn't matter what we pick. Because this isn't guaranteed. It'd be... not even that likely to get lethal. I guess if we Compile Driver, get a bad option, we can just Ritual Dagger and he dies to Lightning Orb at the end of the turn. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we take a shot. Oh shit, we got there. Okay. Sweet. 0 cost Strike. Oh, can you Secret Weapon to grab something that would set up Ritual Dagger? Yeah, kinda, but yeah, it didn't have quite enough damage. I had to take a card that draws and get lucky to answer Jizo's question. There is a reprogram here. I said I would take a reprogram. Was that true, or was I lying? It's a way to scale. I don't know if I really care about scaling anymore. I feel like we've found our answers for scaling, and it's just like Necronomicon, Pen Nib, Hyper Beam. That's the damage. It blocks really well. Reprogram. Scales Dex. Yeah, Reprogram deck absolutely works, yeah. Reprogram would go right to the top of the list for upgrades. Nice. You took the line I'm thinking. Yeah. I think actually I took the wrong card. I Secret Weaponed the Compile Driver, but Scrape just draws more cards, and I had to draw it as a 0 cost card anyway. So I think it was supposed to be Scrape over Compile Driver, but that's... At that point I had given up on the line before I realized that it was no risk. So I stopped thinking. And made a mistake. Yeah, I mean, Reprogram, Upgrade, go fight a boss seems like a good way to scale block. I mean, it's you have to block for a lot in this fight. They can hit you for like 50. We can't currently block for 50, so I guess taking a defensive scaling option is nice. We've already got damage scaling, so it doesn't help for that, but... We had a great Act 2. Getting a Necronomicon and upgrading Hyper Beam felt really nice. The only thing that's contesting Reprogram for the upgrade, I think, is Go for the Eyes. Go for the Eyes got quite a nice upgrade. Secret Weapon's okay too, if we want to play multiple Hyper Beams. But I think Reprogram's quite reasonable. All right, the Collector. She trying to collect us. Okay. We can dump a defend if we want, or we could play extremely premature Ritual Dagger. I don't know if we're going to try and hold on to Ritual Dagger to get a proc here. Usually I'm not super focused on trying to get Ritual Dagger procs in boss fights, but we haven't missed a proc so far. And the only thing it costs me to hold on to it is 1 energy, and we're at max HP, so it seems like we can kind of afford it. So I'm going to hold it. Secret weapon into Hyper Beam seems great. Kills the torch heads, and then auto shields for block. We lose the lightning orb value, but I'm not losing any sleep over that. Also set the pen nib, but for what is unclear. Blocks for 14 for 2 energy. Can we do any better than that? We kind of can, actually. If we do reprogram auto shields defend, the reprogram is blocking for 4. No, this is blocking for 14. My headcanon for the champ is an alternate universe Ironclad. Collector is an alternate universe Silent. Automaton, alternate universe Defect. Alternate universe Watcher is Time Eater. It's a little bit asymmetric since Watcher gets an Act 3 boss. I kind of wish. I feel like when they added Watcher, they should have added an extra act boss for every act. I don't really understand why they had all this 3 numerology stuff, right? There's like 3 acts, 3 characters, 3 bosses for each act. And they added a 4th act and a 4th character, but they didn't add a 4th boss to each act. So that was strange. I mean, it would have been a lot of work, but wouldn't it have paid off? Yeah. Okay. Experience laser beams. Kapow. A kapow on both your houses. We get to play reprogram here. I totally forgot about the Gremlin Horn implications. Geez, that Ritual Dagger is hitting for 60. I guess if we want to play dual cast, the time is now. This is the last time dual cast is gonna give us any value. Watch for equals win lady. It feels really weird to pen nib a Go for the Eyes, and I feel like Go for the Eyes gets played this turn. So maybe I should just play reprogram Ritual Dagger and just dump it. Nah, it seems like we're way ahead, so I think we can probably get a proc here. So I'm gonna go for getting a proc. We'll just ball lightning before we go for the eyes. So if we go for the eyes, she hits for exactly 14. So yeah, auto shields, ball lightning, go for the eyes is safe. Oh, that's rude. She's hitting for 15. Now my puzzle's proccing. I don't like it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's true. I could move the camera, and I have the camera on the left for most characters, but I don't want it there for defect because then I block orbs, and that happens a lot more often. So I'll just try to narrate Collector's Intent. Sorry, she's buffing this turn. I need to dump hand size a little bit. So let's just play a Melter and Strike, and Dual Cast, because that's useless, and that's all of our energy. Yeah, I am aware. This is turn 4, so this is a debuff turn. We never found our Core Surge. Although I guess I have only myself to blame because we did find a secret weapon. Used it on something else. I wish I had a hologram. I kind of want to save the beam cell for a big Ritual Dagger or Hyper Beam turn. But I would also like to draw some cards to get back to Hyper Beam. So I think I'm just playing like Beam Cell, Strike, Double Defend here. Just to draw cards. Okay. Also improves our stack block, which we might need for next turn. You're late, Core Surge. Needed your last turn. Okay, so how many cards can we toss away here? I guess just like Chaos, Core Surge, Self-Repair. Let's see what Chaos does. Oh, great, Plasma. Okay, so we should be able to hand up a little bit more effectively later. Actually, next turn is looking a little bit spooky. I kind of want to prevent myself from shuffling. So 3, 6, 9. I want to draw this one card exactly, so that we can double stack for block. I'm not sure that that Chaos was exactly the card that was supposed to get played there, but I think exactly one card should get played, something to stop. Still no attacks. She just does not want to attack. She's just going to let my debuffs wear off. Okay, so she's summoning now. Which means that we absolutely have to get back to we have to get back to Core Surge on the double. It's true. Did I not say Hyper Beam? Yeah, Hyper Beam is what I mean. Okay, we need to play 4 energy worth of stuff. It is weird, like, what fictionally is happening when your lightning is weak? Seems like lightning is kind of a fixed strength, right? Or at least it should have like it should hit for a minimum of 1. If you get hit by lightning, you're taking some damage. Alright, let's scrape for shuffle. Hopefully not overdrawing. Hyper Beam, great. And then play other cards as necessary. Do we drop a Defend Plus or a Stack? Maybe Core Surge. Core Surge does no damage, but that might be okay. Yeah, I guess I might need the block, so I'm gonna do the Core Surge. Kind of a spooky turn here. Oh, she's buffing again, and we got the Hyper Beam, so I guess it's not spooky. Okay. I'm gonna Chaos this turn so that the Plasma Orb's in front for a potential dual cast later. And now the defends are blocking for less than the stacks, so I think I'll just let the defense go, especially since there's no Torch Heads. And I want to draw 5 cards, so I'm gonna play both. Single Electron Lightning Bolt. Go for the Eyes is here at a perfect time. So is Melter. Do we have Lethal? Probably not. I'm definitely going to play the Melter, though. Let's see. So we want the stacks to block for as much as possible, so we dual cast and play a bunch of other random cards to stack up the stacks, and then get the stacks. Okay. Getting close to that Ritual Dagger proc. I'll go ahead and reprogram and then double strike this turn. Compiler does more damage next turn because our weak is wearing off. And if we'd compiled over that turn, we would draw fewer cards. It's possible we'd draw more cards next turn. Unlikely, though. Double Hyper Beam does 60... Oh, nope, 76 damage. She has 69 health. Nice. So that would kill her. Not what we're looking for. Can we Pen Nib Ritual Dagger her to death? So go for the eyes, Compile Driver, Ritual Dagger. That looks lethal. Oh, is it 66? It is 66. Good point. Darn. Unnice. People having 69 health on 420. That's nice. I guess Melter. Melter definitely sets up lethal here, right? Yeah, we can just Melter Ritual Dagger. That's a perfect Pen Nib setup, too. So perfect Pen Nib setup, get a Ritual Dagger proc, heal to full in a boss fight. Seems like that went well. Machine Learning seems terrible. Thunderstrike also seems terrible. I said I would take another Core Surge. In fact, I said my max was like 4. So I guess that's being put to the test now. It seems like it's pretty clearly true. I don't see any reason why Core Surge gets worse in Act 3. In fact, it kind of gets better. Almost every fight has a debuff in it. I guess Darklings don't debuff you. Let's see, are there any other Act 3 fights where you don't get debuffed? Actually, no, Shapes don't debuff you either. I mean, they put Dazes in your deck, but you can't block that with Artifact. Yeah, indeed, she was very kind. Transient, good point. Okay, so there are fights where Core Surge doesn't pay off, but... whatever. Choker seems pretty fine. We do really need the energy. I guess we have Secret Weapon, which matters for Choker, for sure. Not sure what the point of Inserter is. I guess it makes our Compile Driver draw more, but we already like kind of draw an uncomfortably large number of cards, right? We get our hand full pretty regularly. So I don't think that's really doing anything. Tiny House is strictly positive. Tiny House never hurts. We've got an orb. We've got a potion slot available. Could upgrade. Go for the eyes. Could give us a whatchamacallit? Hologram, which I think we're looking for. Would be interesting to have an enemy give you a status effect that gives you dazes so you can artifact it. Do you even need to play 6 cards? No, I don't think we do. This seems like a pretty free choker. I don't think this choker ever hurts us. Maybe it ends up hurting us if we get like hologram, reprogram, or reprogram, hologram, reprogram kind of stuff going on with like Secret Weapon, but like it's kind of hard to even imagine a turn that plays 6 cards. Like we've only got 3 0-cost cards in the deck and like 4 energy. I guess like maybe a Gremlin Horn during yeah, if we get a Plasma Orb and Gremlin Horn is triggering during like a Spiker fight, I could see us playing 6 cards. But I don't think that really matters. I think we're fine for just playing 6. Infinite Dream dies, that's true. There's no infinites possible with Velvet Choker, but also basically no infinites possible as soon as we pick the stack, right? Okay. Awakened Ones first. Usually Awakened One's kind of the nightmare for Defect, because a lot of Defects are focused on powers, but not this one. Awakened One's actually kind of the dream here, because we can Ritual Dagger the cultists and get stacks. How do we feel about early shop? We've got enough money to make it pay off. I think we're still hunting elites here. Preserved Insect, not quite as relevant in Act 3 as it is in Act 1, but it's a portion of their max HP, so it kind of always scales. We would like to hit exactly 3 question marks, if possible. So we could do shop and then 1, 2, 3 on this 3 elite line. Oh wait, this 3 elite line is terrible because there's forced double shop later. Yikes. Let's find a different approach here. Wow, there's a lot of question marks later. We might actually be able to hit 7 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we could do it. It's a 2 elite line with 7 question marks. And we could just hope for a question mark shop. If you hit 7 question marks, how likely are you to hit a shop? Let's figure that out. So it's 3% per shop, so it's oh man, there's no way to do this easily, because like 97 isn't a multiple of 3. So there's no way to like express this as a factorial that's like easy to simplify. It'd be some number times 3 plus some number factorial divided by 100 to the power of 7. Obviously divided by some other factorial. No, phosphor, I don't, or Pfeiffer, maybe you don't know how this works, but you have a 3% chance of a shop on the first floor, and then you have a 6% chance if you didn't see a shop. Yeah, but you've calculated the chance incorrectly. So it's 0.97 times, here I'm gonna stop doing zeros, 0.94 times 0.91 times 0.88 times 0.85 times 0.82. Let's see, how many are we up to? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So one more times 0.79. So it's 1 minus this number, whatever that is. Oh crap. Well, it didn't let me say that for some reason. So it's that number, which is 40%. So it's a 40% chance to miss, so it's a 60% chance to hit a shop somewhere in the act if we hit 7 question marks. Which is a pretty decent chance. And we get two extra relics, which seems nice. How do we feel about Act 3 question marks? Falling's good. Mind Bloom is good. It's true. I don't really want to save up that much money for Act 4 shop, but it's okay. Mind Bloom's good. Sphere is great. Sensory Stone is good for shackles and stuff. The Maui Head's great, actually, because we have Golden Idol, so it's just a bunch of money. Tomb of the Lord Red Mask is probably quite bad. And then Winding Halls, I think, is bad, but I'm honestly not super sure. Is Winding Halls bad? Do we want Madnesses? I mean, it lets us dump our hand a little bit. But we have a really hard time targeting with the Madness hits. But, like, we have a Scrape, so it's not terrible. Yeah, fair point about Madness and Choker. But, like, if we're playing 6 cards a turn, I think we're pretty happy, right? We just want to play at least 5 cards a turn for Pyramid. Yeah, we can decide about whatchamacallit, Winding Halls when we get there. Yeah, I think question marks are pretty good. 7 is an aggressive number of question marks. But I think I'm gonna do it. Yeah, so the line we're talking about is these 3, which procs chest here, and then these 4, which procs another chest. Double Hyper Beam. Oh wait, is this too much damage? It is. This is the like 100 and something damage Hyper Beam. So we like go for the eyes first to reduce the Hyper Beam damage. Aren't the shop odds lower because of guaranteed chest twice? Actually, no. Oh, I guess they are. Yeah. So they continue to proc down. So it'll go from 97% to to 94 when you see the chest, but you can't see the chest on that floor, so that is a good point. Okay, so Go for the Eyes does 6 damage, and then Hyper Beam will do 68 after being played twice, and then Secret Weapon, Ritual Dagger ends the fight. Seems good to me. We've got 2 energy, so we can fit in an extra attack for Pen purposes, and that fits into Velvet Choker, which is important to think about now. I kind of didn't think about Necronomicon Choker. Necronomicon does mean that you play more cards per card in hand than normal, so we might end up playing 6 cards and only removing 5 cards from hand. Oh, did you mention it? I didn't see. Nope, these are terrible. Damage commons? Recursion? No way. Okay. We can auto shields Secret Weapon for Hyper Beam, hit everybody for 68 and not take damage. It'd be nice to get a proc. Let's see, what's the Ritual Dagger up to these days? 36. So we can just Secret Weapon Ritual Dagger auto shields and just leave the Spiker alive. Yeah, that seems totally fine. I guess I'll kill the Exploder just so that we know he's not exploding. This is exciting. Sure. Okay, and then reprogram auto shields blocks out. And I guess we will Ball Lightning? Defend, Hyper Beam ends the fight, puts our Pen Nib on 8. That seems fine. We're at full health, so we don't need to worry about the other side quest. Okay. Second auto shields is not terrible. It's pretty weird to have 2, though. But we do have pyramids, so we can always just, like, play 1 on one turn and then 1 on the next turn. Doesn't really matter if we take, You need to take 32 for the meat on the bone proc. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that self-repair and meat on the bone just, like, are irrelevant when you're at max health. Or actually, when you're not in... Let's see, 32 plus 12 is 44. So if we're above 44, we don't care. About meat on the bone. But if we're between 44 and 64, we do care about self-repair. Claw says plus. One of the greatest upgrades in the entire game. Wait, it's only 2 extra damage? Why is it so bad? Kind of struggling to justify not taking a second auto shields. Seems like it should probably be picked. Blocks for a ton. I guess it's kind of taking up a spot that a hologram should be taking. It'd be really nice to fit a hologram in here. But, I don't know. Yeah, having 2 on the same turn is not that great, but, like, we have pyramids, so we just play one of them and don't play the other one. Play the other one later. I mean, it's 1 energy and it blocks for 15. Like, that's so much. It's just a lot. I'm doing it. Do we care about fight first versus question mark first? Probably. So question mark first. Falling wants that. Mind Bloom wants that. Sphere wants fight first. Sensory Stone wants fight first. Maui Head says fight first, because we'd get extra gold out of Golden Idol before we give it away. Tomb doesn't matter because we've got way too much money for it to be relevant. And Winding Halls... I have no idea if we care about Fight First for Winding Halls. I guess if we do Fight First, we could get an All for One, which matters for Winding Halls. That's a pretty obscure interaction there. I think we're going to do question mark first, because that's the bulk of them that we care about, like Sphere. Let's fight anyway, it doesn't matter. Gonna be real difficult to get a Ritual Dagger proc in this fight. So I think we just give him the business right now. Does this deck struggle with this fight? I think we do. We might be in trouble here. Maybe we save the Ritual Dagger for a scarier turn? And then we try to get through this turn with, like, Dual Cast, Zap, Self-Repair. Dual Cast of 16, plus 9's 19. So we take a bunch of damage. But we draw with Puzzle. Double Hyper Beam does a stack. Yeah, I mean, sure. Right, whenever we see Hyper Beam, that turn's free. So it's like, Ritual Dagger's one of the turns, Hyper Beam's one of the turns. But it seems like we can kind of like sneak through this turn, because he's not that stacked up yet. And after we play Hyper Beam, the Dual Cast and the Orbs are useless. So it seems like we should probably use that now if we can. This is also a good turn to proc Puzzle, so... I'm pretty sure we're never killing it with Dagger. If we had, like, a way to play Reprogram 100 times, maybe, but even then, doing it in 6 turns would be tough. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm convinced by the Orb's first line. And I won't Secret Weapon, because we might want different targets depending on what we draw. So we'll decide later. Okay. Auto shields, do as much damage as we can. Let's see, what does that look like? So it's like auto shields, ball lightning, core surge, melter, do much damage. So we block for 12, plus 10, it's 22, plus 14 is 36, plus 11 is 47. Seems pretty reasonable. Oh, it's actually exactly 50. Sweet. Ah, good point. Pen Nib. My old nemesis. Okay, so we just want to put Melter on the Pen Nib turn. And then maybe we can save the Core Surge. So we could just strike here. Yeah, strike. We've actually already blocked out. Defend blocks for more than strike, so I think we'll just give him this strike. I think strike's the worst card in hand. Maybe scrape is the worst card, but we can't really play that because then we could skip Hyper Beam and lose the fight. Okay. Seems like we have to Ritual Dagger here. I don't think we can hold on to that anymore. I guess we could have Secret Weaponed for the Bias Cog before we scraped. So 39 plus 11 is 50, plus the 6. Secret Weapon for Bias Cog. Yeah, sorry, I meant Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam and Bias Cog are the same card in my mind. They're both the focus losing thing. One of them's physical, one of them's focus. Alright. I wish I could secret technique for Bias Cog. Be sweet. Let's see if Chaos can block out. Okay, so Chaos Defend blocks out. Hypercog and Bias Beam. I love Hypercog. Hypercog sounds really fun. I want that to be a card. So we can actually block both of the focus downs here. It's kind of neat. So we can Core Surge and then Hyper Beam. But then how do we block next turn? I guess like reprogram auto shields, go for the eyes is a pretty good block plan. And then like hopefully we redraw back to Hyper Beam by then for the final attack. And if not, he just takes our fairy. There's no way we can stop him. I guess these stacks are getting pretty big, but there's no way it's big enough, right? He's hitting for 70. It's so absurd. I'm going to play the worst card. Defend and Striker tied for the worst. Okay, we got the reprogram, go for the eyes, auto shield thing. That's what I was hoping for. Striker's better because of Beam Cell. Not sure I'm following. Oh, you mean Defend was worse? Yeah, I see what you mean. Let's go ahead and play this auto shields before we run out of opportunity to use it. And this is pen nibbed, so that's big. Oh, it should have been that scrape there. Scrape is more damage, and I think we're playing scrape anyway this turn. I guess not, actually. Okay, great. Now we have to draw back to something. That ain't it. There's no way to get to Hyper Beam here. I guess there is, actually. It just has to be on the top of the deck. Alright, let's see it. Not terrible. Looks like we're surviving at least. Ball lightning is 13 plus 6. That's most. Strike is 12. Defend plus is 11. So strike is more. This is 7. I guess scrape is the most, right? 13. Could also draw a 0 cost thing. Alright. So we end up parking our meat on the bone, but not like dying, so it seems fine. Yeah, put ourselves at 29. It's perfect. Right below our split point, as planned. Definitely no desperation plays there. Fusion is a more consistent way to get fusion orbs, but it's very expensive. And I kind of think we've got the energy we need. Being a 4 energy deck, I think is fine. I don't think we need to turn into a 5 energy deck with Choker. Unfortunate to miss this potion chance. It was unlikely. So I think we're knowing all these. Okay. Hardpool fight, first one in Act 3. Is that Tur 80? Yeah, of course it does. Velvet Choker Pyramid is a curious pairing. Is it? I feel like it's a great pairing. We did top deck both stacks here. It's a little bit concerning. We have an auto shields too, so we should be able to block out next turn. We can't block the debuffs, because we have never top decked a Core Surge in my life. I've always found it harder to evaluate card choices with Choker Pyramid. Huh. Yeah, it's it definitely changes things quite a bit. A lot of rules are different. Right, because Choker is like, or Pyramid is like, take a 0 cost card so that you can clear out your hand, and Choker's like, don't do that. Definitely don't have access to lethal here. And even if we did, we haven't played... or we wouldn't be able to get Ritual Dagger in on it. Auto shields go for the eyes, seems like it's always happening. Unless we have a way to draw reprogram. We can only draw zero cost stuff, so that's not happening. Okay, so we have a deficit of 13 block here. And we can block for that much. This is like 10 as is, but the stacks will go up slightly. Probably not to 13 though, I think we'll probably hit some rounding. I guess Scrape's double stack is probably more block than Defend double stack. Scrape can cause us to miss Ritual Dagger though. This deck really wants a hologram, both to like replay reprograms, but also to like rescue stuff that we've scraped. Yeah, I'm thinking about scrape stack right now. If we just take the 13, we go from 51 to 39. 39 is kind of an inconvenient number. We could just play like self-repair, defend, stack. I guess I would like to hold the stacks for until we've got more cards in the discard, right? Let's play Scrape and see if we get anything. Could be like Secret Weapon into something. Didn't lose anything important. So now he's blocked for 6, we could block for 12 with both. I think we're just not going to do that. Take 9. Okay. We could double Hyper Beam here. I guess we want to keep the focus if we can. So I guess we could Core Surge, Secret Weapon, Core Surge, Hyper Beam, but then we take 10. But 10 puts us exactly at our split, so that seems fairly convenient. Okay. Sort of unfortunate pen nib. But I think it's more important to save the focus than hit the pen nib on the Hyper Beam. Maybe we want Vuln instead. Does he Vuln you? I thought he already did all of his debuffs. Yeah, there's no Vuln in the fight. Oh, I see what you mean from the whatchamacallit. From the Secret Weapon. Yeah, could be. Alright, there's the reprogram. I guess he's not attacking this turn, so we can just use like the focus stuff now, so we can do Ball Lightning, Dual Cast, Zap. We have 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand, so if we play 3 cards, we'll draw 3, and that'll make our stacks pretty useful. So we can like reprogram double stack next turn or something. Could Beam Cell this turn too, but I think we want to save that for Ritual Dagger lethal turn. I guess we can play a Defend just to clear hand room. 3, 6, 7, so we draw exactly all these 4. Seems reasonable. Sitting for 35. Seems like the way to block that is reprogram double stack. Maybe a couple other cards to get the stacks a little higher. So reprogram, and then we could do like Defend double stack. These are currently blocking for 13, so that's 26. Assuming they round down after the defend, block for like 27. Plus 8 is 35 exactly. And then we're holding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards. Okay. Ah, they both rounded up. So we got more block than that even. Could beam cell if we want to shuffle back into it. But I think like our best shot in this fight is getting a pen nib and then beam cell ritual daggering him to death. Because we're going a little too slow here. I guess he doesn't stack that fast, but he does get a little scary. Right, can we kill him this turn? Beam cell, reprogram, compile driver, drawing hyper beam might do it, but then we don't ritual dagger. Also, it's kind of a generous might. I feel like the math is not going to back that up. Sometimes I have these problems with really bursty Slay the Spire decks, where it's like, we had Necronomicon Hyper Beam, and that was enough to solve like most of the problems that we had. And then when we start running into problems where it doesn't solve it, we don't really have a clear path forward. I feel like this deck is in that trap. It's not a great place to be. We do have a little bit of scaling with the reprogram. It's very slow, though. We're on turn 6 here, so getting up to 4 stats is not very impressive. We want to be like 10 stats on turn 1 for reprogram. Deck to be really powerful. Alright, but I'm pretty sure reprogram is part of this turn. So do we beam cell before compile driver to look for better answers, or do we just play compile driver? I think just compile driver. It's only 4 extra damage we'd be missing from the vulnerable. Yikes. Okay. So I guess defend is our only help here. And we'll just clear a strike out of hand. And hope to draw Hyper Beam next turn. We did draw Hyper Beam, so is Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, Ritual Dagger lethal? Feels like it probably is. It's 4 attacks for pen nib, so that's perfect. This goes... This will do 102, right? Because it's 30... Let's see. No, not exactly 102. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's lethal. If it's not lethal, I'll just go cry. Okay. There's a hologram. That's true, yeah, we can... I mean, if your plan for the Maw is to wait for your week to wear off, I think you have a bad plan, but it's working okay here. We're still hanging out near our half health. The hologram seems super sick here. Been waiting on that for a while. Bottled Flame is usually terrible, but we have Hyper Beam Necronomicon. We also have a super stacked Ritual Dagger, so we could just put the Ritual Dagger in our opening hand and like solve a shape on turn 1. It's actually not super clear if we want either of those things to happen. So I'm like thinking about like the rest of the fights in the game, right? Like for Awakened 1, Ritual Dagger in the opening hand makes a ton of sense. So does Hyper Beam. For like Donu Deca, neither one makes a ton of sense. For Darklings, we don't want either one. For Reptomancer, we clearly want Core Surge, or not Core Surge, Hyper Beam. We could bottle a Core Surge too. I didn't consider that until I said it out loud. If we bottle a Core Surge, that solves Vulnerable against the Heart, which seems like a really big deal for a deck that's this like slow. I think there's a very real possibility we die at the first heart cycle. So yeah, maybe we just bottle a Core Surge. I mean, we do also need to take a key at some point, but there are 2 chests left in this act in the future. There's a chest here and one here, so we're not like... We don't have to take the key now. It's an optional key. Yeah, Bottled Hyper Beam seems like a bad idea. And Bottled Ritual Dagger also seems like a bad idea. Like, Bottled Ritual Dagger is great for hallway fights, but... I guess, like, if we fight Sphere, getting a Bottled Hyper Beam is pretty great, because then we can Hyper Beam Ritual Dagger 1 to death. Also, like, Bottled Hyper Beam is like, 100 damage against the heart, right? It's, like, no small amount. It's 1/8 of his health right off the bat. So that's not bad. But I think surviving is the main challenge here, and I think that Core Surge helps solve that. Or we can take the key. Key's definitely not bad. I mean, Bottled Flame is among the worst relics in the game. It's like Bottled Flame and Juzu Bracelet. Like, Darkstone Periapt are kind of battling it out for worst relic in the game status. Yeah, Hyper Beam's okay. I mean, you're not killing... I mean, if we top deck Hyper Beam... If we top deck Ritual Dagger, then, like, Hyper Beam Ritual Dagger is great, because we can just, like, assassinate Shield. You feel like Tiny Chest is the worst of the game? Oh my god. Tiny Chest has been worth 3 relics this run. It's pretty good. That's like... that's like a Act 1 Matryoshka, right? It's almost strictly better than Matryoshka. I guess it wastes floors, which Matryoshka doesn't do. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna take the Core Surge. Is there any debuffs that we care about in Act 3? There's like Baseball does a Frail. We care about that quite a bit. Reptomancer weakens. Core Surge is good bottled in the Reptomancer fight for like different reasons, right? You just can use it to kill a dagger on one. I don't know. It's not amazing, obviously, but I think it's worth picking. Okay, moving on. Planning on going to this direction. Pretty healthy, so I think we're taking an upgrade. Hologram's kind of screaming for it. Anybody else want an upgrade? Secret Open would be nice. Go for the eyes. Beam Cell, kinda. Chaos gets doubled. But Chaos is basically useless in this deck, so... Yeah, let's do Hologram. I mean, Hologram lets us either play Reprogram or Hyper Beam, and Hyper Beam is also quite nice. I guess the upgrade of Hyper Beam only matters if it's like a pretty long fight, so maybe that was wrong. Okay. Seems like a strong start. Do we attack bot this turn? We definitely attack bot in the fight. I guess he is hitting us with, he's breaking our puzzle here. So we need to play enough cards that we need to play at least 3 cards. I guess I want to see what this is. Okay. Excuse me. So maybe we skip the Hyper Beam this turn. Just play these 3. Yeah, let's just do some setup stuff this turn. So this seems like a fairly decent Hyper Beam turn. We could scrape and potentially get Beam Cell. So it'd be like reprogram, auto shield, scrape, maybe play a 0-cost card, and then double Hyper Beam. I mean, we can only get 6 slow procs, right? Is our max with Choker. Theoretically, we want to take 8. This fight's kind of difficult, so I'm happy to just get a kill. I think he'll solve the 8 damage for us if we need to. And if we end the fight at 50, it's fine. Good point. About the energy, Lixie. And why I proposed that line. Doesn't make any sense. I guess we can wait on the reprogram too. We could just like dual cast auto shields, scrape this turn. I guess we want to set up Pen Nib for the Pen Nib and Vulnerable for the Hyper Beam. Ideally. The scrape can overdraw the Ritual Dagger, which would be lame, but we have a hologram now, so it's not like at the end of the world. So let's do that. If we really want to make room in hand, we can get rid of the strike too. I guess this is only drawing 4, so we already have enough room. Never mind. Goof the Eyes is not the same thing as Beam Cell. We're holding 6 cards. We could go for the Eyes just for a hand slot. Doesn't block at all this turn. And it would be kind of nice to get an extra slow stack. But I guess we're still building up Pen Nib, right? But it might actually block next turn. I guess we've got stacks for next turn. Yeah, I'll draw next card. Okay. I played those in the wrong order. I should play the Go for the Eyes before the strike. Whatever. This turn's gross. He is taking our artifact here. So we could take our own artifact first, if we wanted to. Let's get the stat. And then just be weak. I think I could play it in the other order. I think I played the strike, and then I was expecting to end the turn, and then I played Go for the Eyes instead. I couldn't play the Go for the Eyes before the scrape, but I could have played it before the strike. Alright, let's take our own artifact charge here. And then I guess just like Melter and Ball Lightning, play Defend just to get it out of hand. Get a slow proc. Okay. We've drawn Ritual Dagger, we've got a Hologram. We need to block for a lot. Pen Nib's not ready yet. We do have Beam Cell, so I guess we're waiting for next turn for Weak to wear off, is the main thing. So let's like Hologram, reprogram, stack, and get everything all set up. Try not to overdraw next turn, so we can potentially Hyper Beam twice. Is that reasonable? Are we gonna be able to get Pen Nib? I guess ideally we want Pen Nib on like 6, so that we can Hyper Beam up to 7, or sorry, Beam Cell up to 7, double Hyper Beam 8, 9, and then Ritual Dagger for the Pen Nib. You can play 5 attacks this turn. Yeah, I don't think we want to play 5 attacks this turn. I think we just want to play the strike this turn. So I think it's like hologram, reprogram, stack, strike. Or strike, stack. Yeah, I don't think we can kill him this turn. And I want to get the pendant on the ritual dagger, not the hyper beam. I guess we can get it on the ritual dagger this turn, but we're weak this turn, so I think we're probably trying to stay away from comboing here. And reprogram gives us extra strength for next turn. So strike stack does take some damage for sure. This would block for 31. I guess we take 1 damage. Okay, that seems fine. Let's see. So strike puts pendant where I want it. Do we overdraw? We have 3, 6, 9 cards in hand. So if we play 2, we draw 3, so we do perfect. Seems great. Oh, I took 11. I thought it was 1, but it was 11. Okay, whatever. We're below 32 now. Okay, so Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, Ritual Dagger is 3 energy. And we want to spend the last 1 energy on as many other cards as we're allowed to play, which looks like it's just going to be 1 card. So it's probably like Auto Shield or Stack. Man, Auto Shields Plus is a monster. Blocks for 20. Get out. That's crazy. We could theoretically Hyper Beam and then shuffle with Compile Driver and draw Hyper Beam from the next pack. So just like survive this turn with Auto Shield stack. So it'd be like Auto Shields Hyper Beam stack. And then we're not landing Pendant on Ritual Dagger for the kill anymore, but maybe we don't care. Auto Shields Hyper Beam stack lethal next turn seems like a pretty good plan. And Secret Weapon gives us an extra slow proc next turn. So it'd be like Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, or Beam Cell, Secret Weapon, Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, Ritual Dagger, something next turn. I guess Compile Driver can get in there too. Not sure if that's lethal, but getting 70 damage this turn definitely helps. So I think we're going to go for it. Let's see, we both want to play the stack after the Hyper Beam so that it gets 1 extra block, but we also want to play the Hyper Beam after the stack so that it gets extra slow procs. Yeah, Velvet Choker is definitely a concern, but we don't have enough energy to really run into it. We save 1 health, but I think we're more concerned about getting max damage here, so I'm gonna go stack first and then Hyper Beam. Yeah, that looks pretty lethal next turn. Oh, we just redrew the Hyper Beam, so we don't even need Secret Weapon. We can still use Secret Weapon for choker purposes if we want to. Or not for choker purpose, for slow proc purposes. Okay, so we need this to be enough damage to kill him. I guess the big question is, do we need to pen nib the Ritual Dagger, or can we get a Ritual Dagger proc? So the cards are going to be like Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, Ritual Dagger, and then like Secret Weapon for whatever the max damage one cost attack is, which might actually be a reprogram. So that'd be 1... Oh, sorry, Secret Weapon can't get reprogrammed. Does Necro Velvet Choker skip attack if the second cost is a 6th attack? It does, yes. So if you play 5 cards and then a 2-cost attack with Necronomicon, you only get 1 copy of it. Much the same way that Time Eater ends your turn. Except that you have to press the end turn button. I'm not sure. It just does the same fizzle animation. Okay, so this secret weapon... So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards. So we do want to actually play a card from secret weapon. And we have the energy, right? Because this is 1, 2, 3 is all we're planning on using. So do we play the ball lightning? Or I guess Melter is probably our max damage. Yeah, Melter's more damage than Compile Driver, right? Okay, so we always secret weapon for Melter first, because slow procs. And then we always beam cell, because we want to get the rest of the attacks with vulnerable. And now we have to choose... So, Ritual Dagger's almost lethal right now. Actually, we might have gone a little bit overboard here. No, I think we're fine. I think Hyper Beam doesn't kill him, right? It does 76... Uh-oh. It does 136, and then... Oh, crap. So in hand, it says it does... Why does it do 136? Is it not counting Pen Nib when it's in hand? But that number isn't double either. I guess it's counting both Pen Nib and slow when I drag it out. No, it counts Pen Nib in hand, right? But he's only got 2 slow procs. It should only be 20% extra damage. This is way more than 20%. It's double almost double damage. Oh, it's the vulnerable. Thank you. Okay, so... We want to reduce our damage now. So we play Compile Driver for 39, and then... I guess I have to do math to see what this Hyper Beam is going to do. Okay, so Compile Driver would do 39. So let's bust out the calculator. So 174 minus 39, we know about that. So he'd be at 135. And then Hyper Beam does naturally 34 damage. We have 4 strengths. Okay, so 34 plus 4 is 38. 38 times 1.3 times 1.5 is 74. So the first one would do 74 damage. So we'd go from 135 minus 74, puts him at 61, so the second one would definitely kill him. So that doesn't work. What about Compile Driver, Melter, Ritual Dagger? Can we kill him with that? Or perhaps Melter, Compile Driver, Ritual Dagger? That definitely looks lethal. 64 plus something. Okay, let's math it out. So 64, he's at 174 right now, so 64 would put him at 110. What? Ah! Okay, so 110, here. 110, and then this Compile Driver does 7 damage. 7 plus 4 is 11. 11 times 1.3 times 1.5 is 21, but it's showing 22 in hand. That must be wrong. Oh, I typed it wrong. Oh no, I didn't. I did 11 times 1.3 times. What am I doing wrong here? Oh, because Pen Nib's up right now. So it's just saying Pen Nib numbers. Okay, that's nonsense. Okay, so it does 21. So he goes from 110 to 89. And then would the Pen Nib hit for 89? Probably not. But let's math it out. The Ritual Dagger in the deck does 42. We have 4 strength, so it's 46. 46 times 1.4 times 1.5 is 96. So it would actually be lethal. Okay, so that's the answer. So we Melter, then Compile Driver, then Ritual Dagger. Get him. Okay, sweet. Do we go for a third auto shields? Maybe Beam Cell is playable here. Yeah, third one seems bad, but it was so good. When it was in hand, I was like, Jesus, this thing's blocking for 20? Like, sign me up. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a potential of draw all 3, die to triple Jawworms or something. Yeah, I guess we're probably no on third auto shields, but it's fun to think about. Beam Cell gives us a little bit more sustain, I guess. No, I think we're pretty happy with just one Beam Cell. We just have like one big mega combo turn every once in a while, so there's no reason to have a second one. I guess a second one does let us, like, separate the Hyper Beam turn and the Ritual Dagger turn, but whatever. Liquid Bronze versus Attack Pot. Seems like Attack Pot's clearly better. Yeah, I also think the shield is choosable. It doesn't get us to a Eternal Feather breakpoint. Third is already a breakpoint. But also there's only one more fire left. Actually, I'm being kind of irresponsible here. I didn't realize I chose a path with only one fire. I was supposed to recall here. I didn't realize there's only one fire left. So normally I like to allow myself to rest at the end. But as soon as we go left here, we won't be able to rest. We'll have to recall here. But we do have Eternal Feather, so it's probably okay, but... I mean, we have Eternal Feather and, you know, Meat on the Bone and Self-Repair, so a lot of options. I think we're skipping. It is triple Jawworm. Okay. Fair enough. This looks like an Attack Bot situation. What do you got for me, Attack Bot? Oh, shit. Hyper... Oh, wait, it's gonna cost 0! Oh, God. Turn it. Still good. We could actually just wait. We could wait on the Attack Pot. And then it goes back to costing 2 next turn. Reminds me of the meme template with Ross and Amy. I don't know what meme template you're pointing out, or what you're remembering. So there's 34 damage coming in here. Seems bad. I guess Hyper Beam lets us kill one, and that's a good way to solve damage. Right, 26 plus 22 is 48. No. Lowest health one is 50 right here, so we'd have to compile there as well. We want to be at 32. 32 is 17 health from where we are right now, so we just kind of want this last one to just punch us. Okay. I guess we want to see what the compiler error does first. Does that change the plan? We can block for 15 now. Real Hyper Beam showed up. Well, we could end the fight. We've only got 2 cards left. We can block for 15. We'd take 2. That puts us at 37, which I guess is better than being at 35, right? Or 45. So I'd rather be at 47 than 45, so I guess I will block. Oh, I found the bug. Got him. Alright. Excellent. So we're taking 2 damage to set up Ritual Dagger and Pen Nib, potentially. Seems worth doing. Yeah, potentially self-repair as well. That's true. So we just self-repair here, right? We'll just skip the Ritual Dagger proc. Because we can't block for 29. Or maybe we can. Reprogram Auto Shields does some wonders here. Reprogram Auto Shields double stack. Maybe that does block. So this blocks for 14. Plus, this would be 2 cards in the discard, so 7, 9. And then 10. So 19 plus 14. Yeah, that does block out. I mean, if we keep waiting, I guess I will. We could probably block out with Go for the Eyes instead. Would save 6, which would also block out. If we're trying to set up Pen Nib, maybe we care about that. It's better if we don't draw Ritual Dagger next turn, but if we do draw Ritual Dagger, we'd rather not play Go for the Eyes now. Because then we can Ritual Dagger 1 to death and then Hyper Beam to get to 9. I'm gonna assume we are drawing Ritual Dagger next turn. Yeah, I was also thinking about the Self-Repair, but the Self-Repair is getting played either way, right? Because we just play it next turn before we kill. No Ritual Dagger, but they appear to have no interest in killing us, so they're just going to let us hang out. I guess I'll hologram the reprogram. Kind of difficult to dump my hand here without playing any attacks, but I guess we can get it done. There's the Ritual Dagger, so we can just Ritual Dagger Hyper Beam. Thanks for the proc, Jawworms. Bye. Actually, this doesn't attack twice, because it kills him with the first one. So I'm going to do a slightly different line. Okay. Alright. FTL, Rip and Tear, or Streamline. Nope. We don't really need card draw or zero cost stuff. It's way too late for this to be good. Although it does stack well with reprogram, technically. And it does say plus on it. So it's not like abysmally bad. I mean, after 2 reprograms, a Rip and Tear on Pen Nib does a lot of damage. Let's see, that would be a 26, 52 damage for 1 energy. But no, that's just kind of a garbage card. Alright, we're going left here and committing to the no fire lifestyle. Regal Pillow. See, there's our Sapphire Key, right? Because we literally can't rest again in this game. I guess we can rest in Act 4, but that's very unlikely to pay off Regal Pillow. Okay. Core Surge, Reprogram, Scrape seems fine. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're at full health at the beginning of Act 4, right? Meow. What do we lose? Bunch of nothing. Could play with Defend just to dump hand size, but it blocks for 8, so it's doing stuff. Someone 25 asked Coconut to please come to the stage. Coconut, your performance is ready. Your people are awaiting you. That's very cute, Coconut. Sometimes she does just want a little cat elevator. She just like yells at me until I pick her up and put her in her heat bed, and she's like, yes, yes, perfect. Do my bidding, human. Yes, rub my little chin. What was that? What's that sound? There you go. And I'll turn your heat pad on, too. Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so these block for a lot. This actually blocks out. Is that what we want to do? Sure. And then self-repair to dump some hand size. Do we play Strike just to get rid of it? Advances Pen Nib, which seems relevant. I guess we can do Compile Driver for the same reason. Just draws a card. Wastes 1 more damage. The 1 damage is pretty unlikely to matter. I guess the card is much more likely to matter, huh? Okay. Go for the eyes seems like a play here. Maybe we drink the Focus Pot. We've got lots of Focus stuff in hand. Focus Pot's pretty terrible. Basically the only reason to hold the Focus Pot would be if we thought we were getting Ornithopter from the fight. And we wanted to have an extra potion in the bar. Chance of getting an Ornithopter and no potion is pretty low. So I think we're pretty happy to drink the Focus Pot. Sure. That blocks for 6. This blocks for 11. And I guess we just play the focus stuff. I guess Melter does more damage than Zap, even in the most optimistic evaluation. Maybe we should have played Beam Cell before that. That was quite a bit of damage. Starting to think about Pen Nib setups here. Looks like we can just Ritual Dagger him to death. Just like Beam Cell Ritual Dagger. So that's 2 procs. So I guess what we actually want to do here is like Strike, Hologram, Strike. And then we have a Beam Cell, Hyper Beam next turn. We're done with side quests, right? Yeah, we've played our self-repair. I feel like Strike, Hologram, Strike is like massively insulting to Nemesis. He's like, hey, come on, man. I've got feelings. Nope, your feelings are irrelevant. Sorry, Nemesis. We could Hyper Beam for no damage, good point. But that would, I guess, yeah, that would do the same thing on Pen Nib, you're right. Vajra's nice. We do multi-attack. Seems a little late for a genetic algorithm. I do love genetic algorithm, but I think not this time. 44 is very late. Let's see. Most optimistic genetic algorithm is it? These are all fights. Or I guess they can't all be fights. These 3 are fights. This one has to be a chest. So this goes up to 7. And then 8 in this one, 9 in the second one. Or wait, sorry. 3 fights, so it goes up to 7, and then goes up to 9, 11, 13. So it blocks for 13 in the heart fight. Honestly, not terrible. It's like, kind of like a... It's only like a slightly worse auto shields by the heart fight. It's kind of a huge liability for now, and probably these 3 question marks are not all fights, but worth thinking about. They are 20% fights. But then after we do 1 fight, it'll go back down, so... Boy, I'm sleepy today. Let's see. Yeah, I think we just skip here. Double energy is kind of nice, but with a choker, I think we probably don't want to waste the card on it. It's nice to be able to dump hand size, though. But it's also a card that just doesn't do anything. So skip it. Ah, we got our surprise shop. Excellent. Got a Frozen Eye. That card's pretty good. Motion chip's not super relevant. Horn Cleat's always pretty good. What's the highest base genetic you've ever seen? I don't know. I don't remember. I usually just like, once it gets above 30, it's just basically an apparition. It does make Scrape amazing. That's a good point. I always call relics cards, I apologize. I know they're not. We do want to save some money here for the Act 4 shop, so if this is not amazing, and it's kind of not, we could skip it. All for One's kind of interesting. How likely are we to see Winding Halls? So there's 7 events. We're most likely to see an event. So 47% chance. Let's just assume it's 50% and that we're for the next 2. So it's a 2 50/50s at a 1 out of 7. Doesn't seem very useful. So 2 50/50s kind of cancels out, and then a 1 out of 7 is like... how likely is that? 1 out of 6 is like 13, or 17%. So is it like 14%? No, shrines are broken out separately. There's a 15% chance of shrine. I was estimating this event as a 50% chance, although that's effectively not quite accurate. This is always super good, right? It makes me think really hard, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Cry me a river. Carter move's probably happening. Horn Cleat's probably happening. That means we can't all for one. In fact, we can barely afford these two. So if we do those, we don't have very much money for the Act 4 shop. So maybe we should skip Horn Cleat to save money. It feels like making a mistake. Seems like a slow motion mistake to me. Plus, if we spend all the money and then we see Tomb of the Lord Red Mask, then we get a free hat. Yeah, let's just spend all the money. Anything even close to Horn Cleat Carter move? Potions, none of these aren't like outstanding potions. This is fine, and we were kind of full. We've passed an auto shields at a card reward, so presumably that's not getting purchased. Magnetism is kind of bad with Pyramid. It's hard to use. All for One is a Necronomicon target. So if we scale Strength, play All for One multiple times a turn, it does get cards back. Fairly relevant with the Frozen Eye Scrape package. Could pick Trip. We just got Frozen Eye and we have a Scrape, so we can get Trip pretty reliably from the Scrape. But blocking for 14 on turn 2 sounds really nice. Let's just take that. Okay. And dump a strike. Alright. First fight with Frozen Eye. Ha! We get to troll him with the Core Surge here. Oh, thanks, Tronsgy. Looks like we're gonna Hyper Beam him next turn. But we need a Core Surge now. I guess we could theoretically try and save the, let's see, where's Ritual Dagger? That's the real question. Ritual Dagger's the following turn. Okay. So next turn we need to, like... Actually, wait, do we have any card draw? No, we have no card draw. I was thinking we could draw this hand, scrape these 4 cards, and then draw 1 card to get to Ritual Dagger, but there's no card draw. So, pretty sure we want this Core Surge to hit right now. I don't think we're trying to do anything fancy with Pen Nib. And then I guess we're just trying to set it back up, so I'll strike. This Hyper Beam's going to hit for whatever it does, 68. I guess it's more now because we have Vajra. We've got the Horn Cleat blocking out next turn. And an Auto Shields. Oh, actually, Auto Shields won't be useful next turn because of Horn Cleat. I didn't realize the Horn Cleat Auto Shields interaction. It's kind of bad with 2 Auto Shields in the deck. Didn't think about that. Okay, well, we've got Defend, whatever. Did your debuff not work? Aw, poor little Spire Growth. So he's going to be debuffing again next turn. We basically just have to block out here, which we can do pretty easily. And then just do we want to Hyper Beam or Scrape or whatever we want to do. Scrape gets us this hand, which means Vulnerable plus Ritual Dagger, which feels like lethal. Yeah, also playing Scrape gets us an extra attack. So does playing Beam Cell. I guess we're playing 3 attacks either way, right? Because we... Actually, maybe we just want to draw this hand, and then we can Beam Cell into Secret Open. Or we could Scrape into Beam Cell. And try and play the most attacks? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it matters a ton. Hyper Beam does 70. Ritual Dagger's gonna kill. Either way. One, 2, 3 attacks. That puts it on 5. 6, 7, 8. It's a fine setup. I don't mind that. There's the 6. This is just anything. 7 and 8. Okay. The aggregate says plus on it. Energy. I feel like I would take a turbo, but I don't know why I would take an aggregate. I don't think we've ever been offered a turbo plus. FTL's bad. Streamline's bad. I'm skipping. Deck's done. Rare relics are nice. I wish, for some reason, that Frozen Eye would tell you what rare relic. Yeah, turbo wouldn't be amazing. I'd have to talk about it, but just like in terms of what, in terms of energy cards, I think I would prefer a turbo to a aggregate. Upgrade all cards you can't heal is not terrible. It gets a lot of upgrades. But it does make self-repair, feather, and meat on the bone all not work. So there's definitely a downside too. Heal the full is not an option because it would heal for us for 1. Yeah, I think we're just taking a rare relic. It's usually the case anyway. Okay. Good fight. Next. Thanks to the raid. Lee rocks the 5th. Appreciate the support. This does 70, this does 55. Not quite lethal right now. Hey, Apna. It does also kill Fairy, good point. Oh wait, this does more than 70, it does 105. 105 plus 55 is lethal. It's not a very good pen nib setup, but I guess I'm pretty happy with first Dome run with Lee. Stressful. Yeah, Dome is it asks you a lot of questions with uncomfortable answers. How bad do we feel if we've just got a terrible pen nib setup going into Awaken 1? I don't think we really care. I mean, it's nice to have pen nib, but like Hyper Beam's gonna kill Cultists no matter how much health they have. And we have 5 energy, so it's not like a terrible setup. We get to play the Strike and Core Surge too. Hey, Lee Rocks. Yeah, well, I definitely wouldn't call myself the defect sensei, but I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better. Ooh, mango. Neat. We skipped a double energy at a shop. Do we want one for free? No, I don't think we do. Loop seems terrible. Chaos seems pointless. Pointless is better than terrible, I guess, but not by a ton. I think we're skipping here. Okay, and our last tiny chest proc gives us the boot. It says, get the fuck out of here. Go fight some bosses. Alright. Fine. Sorry, no orbs today. I mean, we do technically have orbs, right? We have Chaos, which we picked up early before we realized we were a reprogrammed deck. So we have Chaos and Compile Driver doing a little bit of orb stuff up here. But mainly just hyper beaming people to death. Hyper beam Necronomicon's the stuff we're doing. A little bit of reprogram hologram action coming in here late, just because like we've already got hyper beam. So yeah, I'm not forgetting to recall. I know, but thanks for the reminder. Okay, Awakened 1. Huh? When so when the Minty Spire Frozen Eye little doohickey is going, it has Core Surge on top of the deck, because Core Surge is in the Bottled Flame, but like, it's interesting that the shuffle puts the innate cards on top. I didn't know it necessarily worked that way. Not a great start here. Alright, so there's a couple of questions I'm wondering about, like, where is my Hyper Beam and where's my Ritual Dagger? Unfortunately, they're both, like, 4 turns from now, so we're actually in some pretty significant trouble here. Is Scrape in my hand? No, Scrape is here. So we can, like... we'd have to scrape past our Compile Driver, or else we miss Ritual Dagger. What a nightmare. I guess we can scrape, hold it through this turn, and then scrape to get Secret Weapon the Hyper Beam. So we can Hyper Beam on turn 3? Front-loaded Defect might struggle in late game. Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be a bit of an issue. I kind of want a Blessing of the Forge right now. But I feel like I can't until I have a 10-card hand, right? Just, it couldn't possibly be right. So, we've got an issue here. Late Secret Weapon, late Ritual Dagger, late Hyper Beam. Everything that we need is down here. I don't like it. So we might need to kill a cultist the old-fashioned way. So we could, like, Forge Pot, Beam Cell, Strike, Core Surge, all on this cultist, and then, like, defend stack. So the stack would have 4 cards in the discard. This would block for 9. This would block for 8. So we block for 17. And we would do... This would be... How much is Beam Cell Plus? It's like 5? No, it's 4. So this would do 5. This would do... Oh god. Core Surge Plus is... 14? 15. So 15 goes up by 7 to 22. Strike would be 8. No, Strike goes up to 9. We have Vajra, so it's up to 10. So it'd get an extra 5. Good 15. So it was 22 plus 15. Or actually, sorry, this Core Surge is 16 because we have 1 strength. So it'd be 16 plus 8. So it'd be 24. 24 plus 15 is 39 plus 5. So we're pretty well on our way to killing this cultist. We don't have any damage next turn. But I guess Go for the Eyes would kill him. Man, next turn is so bad. I guess we could just hologram a strike, but yikes. That is not a good plan. Okay, other things we could do. What if instead we... Okay, here's the plan. So we just take a bunch of damage this turn. We hold the beam cell, I guess. And then next turn we hold the hologram, play the go for the eyes and the stacks to block. And then the following turn we scrape hologram scrape, which draws us through these 4 and then through these 4. So we get secret weapon, then we secret weapon the hyper beam. So scrape, hologram scrape, secret weapon, hyper beam is exactly 6 cards. So we wouldn't be able to play the beam cell, so we don't actually need to hold it. That seems like the way, right? Because then next turn these guys are hitting for 12, which is uncomfortably high. But maybe Awakened One isn't attacking? No, he always attacks. Of course, he's Awakened One. Which one of these doesn't look like an attack to you? Okay. So next turn's gonna hurt. We're gonna lose a bunch of health, but we're gonna hold the hologram, and we'll make everything right. So I am gonna actually go ahead and do the Blessing of the Forge thing. I think saving health this turn is the best thing we can hope for. Maybe I want to upgrade both stacks next turn. That gets Go for the Eyes upgraded too. It's not bad. We could upgrade Go for the Eyes and then play it on 2 people. So then we're just holding stack this turn. Yeah. Yep, we're frozen out of deck now. Next turn we also have Horn Cleat, so I guess next turn is not like super desperate. So he's setting for 6 times 4, so it's 6 times 6 total, so it's 36. We're blocking for 14, so we have a deficit of 22. Hologram blocks for 5. Stack blocks for some as well. So we can actually like go for the eyes on Awaken One and then like stack hologram, stack. Yeah, it makes the scrape really good. We're actually gonna abuse the crap out of scrape here in a second. We're gonna scrape hologram scrape to get to secret weapon hyper beam to clear out the cultists. So I guess we can't play hologram next turn, but whatever. So is it actually, do we upgrade this turn? Because that generates some block. I guess it only generates 6 block. I guess the reason I was originally doing it is to get the vulnerable on this cultist so that we can kill him. But it doesn't seem like it's practical to kill him before Bioscog anyway. Or not Bioscog, Hyper Beam. So we'd probably be better positioned putting the damage on Awaken One. Which means there's not really any point of the Forge Pop. Okay, so I guess we just play everything in the stack and take a bunch of damage. Boot value. I guess we could hold the stack. It's better next turn than this turn. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So then next turn do we Forge Pot? Or probably not even then. Go for the eyes, double stack? I don't know. Forge Pot's only worth like 6 health next turn. But it's only worth 3 health right now. I guess it was worth 6 health this turn too. We did top deck both stacks in the boss fight, so concerning. Oh my god, I forgot about puzzle. Ugh. God damn it. I have to make a whole new plan. Okay, so now we don't need the hologram for the scrape, because the scrape is going to hit secret weapon right off the bat. So we can just scrape secret weapon, hyper beam. Okay, so does that mean we're going to hologram a stack? It also means this Blessing of Forge is better. Okay, so regrouping. He did not multi-attack, he's just single attacking. I would like to save the hologram for reprogram or for hyper beam or something. I guess reprogram ideally, right? We want to outscale Awaken 1 in the first phase. And then just trivialize the second phase by having a million stats, ideally. So if we skip hologram and use the forge pot, this makes him weak. 22 with weak is minus 6 damage, so he'd hit for 16. 16 plus 12 is 28. I guess we're just blocking for 6, right? So we block for 20, 14 more. So we need these to block for like 6 and 7. But we have like 2 defends in hand, so I guess we can kind of get there. Yeah, okay. Do we even need the forge pot? If we go for the eyes, dual cast, defend plus, these, this one has 3 cards, that's 7, this one's 8. So yeah, that already blocks out. We don't even need the defend plus, you can use the defend minus. So the only thing we're really getting out of forge pot is go for the eyes, weakens him for next turn, which is somewhat relevant. So next turn's like auto shields, scrape for secret weapon, hyper beam, and then like defend plus. That seems fine. I don't think we need to waste the forge pot on this. Um, 7 plus 8 is 15. That puts us up to 29. So just any card. Which looks like that defend. Okay. I guess stack is better than defend plus, so I'll just use a defend plus. Or I could just take 1. Hold a card. Actually, wait. We need scrape to have a fairly empty hand, so I don't think I'm holding a card. Yeah, okay. Alright, kind of a tough start to the fight, but I feel like we got through it. Okay. So we need to have at least 2 room in hand, or sorry, 4 room in hand to get to the secret weapon. So we have 3, 6, 8 cards in hand. So we need to play 1 card before we scrape, and we want to play auto shields anyway. So let's do that. Also randomly getting a pen nib on the hyper beam. We are taking 16 from this, but it has to be done, right? Oh right, we get a Roman Horn. So then stack blocks out, or virtually blocks out. We're running into choker here, because otherwise we'd be like reprogram hologram or something. Okay. Okay, we want to reprogram and hologram before we shuffle. We want to auto shields before we hologram. So I guess we like reprogram, auto shields, hologram, reprogram. Seems fine to me. Okay. Block for 26 with 2 defends. Stack is also a card. Stack once more cards in the discard. Let's see. Can we block next turn? Yeah, we have auto shields next turn. And it's stacked. So should be fine for keeping the block going. So chaos, double defend, stack. Sure. We only need 6 more block. We're getting 8. Sure. Okay, we need a block for 22, so if we play a couple of cards and then stack, that'll do it. But those couple of cards, again, have to appear in the discard pile. Dual cast presumably gets no block. Yeah, we're at -7 focus, so well out of range there. Where's my reprogram, rather? So reprogram's there. Hologram's the very last card, so it'll be difficult to get 2 reprograms in this shuffle. We might still be able to make it happen. Probably want to avoid self-repair, because this is Awaken 1. How did he get the 2 strength? Do we play a power? Do we have a power other than self-repair? Does he just start with 2 strength? That's confusing. Does he legitimately start with 2 strength? Oh, he does. Yeah, innate strength 2. Weird. I didn't realize he started with 2. I was just like assumed that I played a power on turn 1. Yeah, Ritual Dagger on Awaken 1 is like the theme, right? It's like, this is Ritual Dagger. There it is. Look, you did it. It's kind of the maximum disrespect, but it's kind of like fated. He's already been stabbed. Just stabbing him again. This one's gonna stick. Ball Lightning Compile Drive is kind of fun because it draws cards. We could throw a Beam Cell in there. That puts cards in the discard for stack, basically. Yeah, and then defense stack blocks out. Okay. This already blocks out. I guess we could play Core Surge instead of Compile Driver to reduce hand size. Increase the number of cards we're drawing. Sure. Now we draw all 5. Hooray. Auto Shields, Compile Driver, Defend works. Be really nice to get to this reprogram this turn, but I don't think that I can. There's no way to get a 3rd orb type, right? Actually, drawing 2 is perfect. If I can draw 2 and then draw 5... Actually, I guess drawing 5 is kind of a fantasy, right? Because there's no way I can clear out that much hand room. Maybe I was supposed to, that was the Forge Pot moment. I think we're trying to save Forge Pot for the next fight at this point. We've had a pretty good fight so far. We do need to draw a block card for next turn. Or we need to Hyper Beam him to death next turn. Which is also an option. Can't play Scrape because Reprogram's right there. We would go for the eyes if we did it, but no good. Don't want to play Self-Repair. Yeah, I guess there's no... I guess we could just take 2, right? If next turn's going to be problematic. Let's see, we have 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand. So we're only going to draw 2. Reprogram, go for the eyes. So yeah, actually we want to save the defend, because we don't have any other block planned for next turn. So next turn's going to be like, reprogram, go for the eyes, defend to block. Which is a bit of a concern. So we just play 2 strikes. Taking damage, 3, 6, 7 cards in hand. So we would draw exactly these 3 if we stop right now, which would let us hologram reprogram. Or auto shields hologram reprogram, which seems pretty nice. We also have 2 energy though, so it'd be kind of nice to just be able to be like, we could just shuffle now, just scrape and go through these. But that skips Hyper Beam and it skips auto shields and hologram, which are some of the best cards. So I think we just hold here. Okay. Auto shields, blocks, hologram, reprogram is the whole point of what we're doing. And we could scrape to shuffle, but I'd rather save scrape until we know what's coming. So I think we just give him a melter. Kind of sucks to skip a shuffle with Hyper Beam, but I guess it's not that big of a deal. Okay. Okay. Reprogram's 2 cards away. Can we kill him? Hyper Beam does 143 times 3, basically, with the pen nib. So 129. So we're off by 50. We could kill him with Ritual Dagger. I think we want to get a proc out of Ritual Dagger, though. Oh, that's true. We could scrape the reprogram and then hologram it. I was assuming we wanted to draw it naturally. But it seems like we can't block for 32 elegantly this turn. Without using the hologram. We block for 23. I don't think we really need a Ritual Dagger proc in the fight. And playing double Hyper Beam Ritual Dagger self-repair here is pretty nice. Yeah, no, it's reasonable to suggest it. I mean, sometimes that's the right line, right? I don't know if it's I don't think it's right here. But just because like Hyper Beam Ritual Dagger's pretty good. Okay. That does not get procced, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't proc. So I'm gonna play self-repair while he's asleep. And I guess get this zap out of my hand. Okay. Reprogram doing its thing. 22 plus 16 is plenty, and I want to get that reprogram back. It's actually not plenty. Let's see. Are we trying to get to let's see. What's our half point anymore? 39. So we have to take 8 damage to get there. Currently taking 4. Yeah, we do want to take that damage, right? It's better to take damage at this point. We're in the like uncomfortable range where we're at less than half health plus 12, so we actually heal if we take 8 damage. So I'm gonna let him punch me. We can almost get 2 cards with Scrape here. It'd be exciting. Okay, so we want to take 4 damage at some point. We don't have to do it this turn. Just at some point. We kind of want to rip through the rest of these cards, because we've already got all the good cards in the discard. Hyper Beam, Hologram, Reprogram. We just want to shuffle. So we probably want to Scrape. Go for the Eyes is gettable with Scrape. So I just want to clear some hand room. I guess the defend minus is plenty of block here. He's currently hitting us for 8. That's a little bit too much. I can't Can't see any way we're going to get hit for 4 this turn. Just the numbers don't work out. Oh, maybe with Go for the Eyes we could have done it. But for right now, I want to clear out hand room. So Go for the Eyes is going to get played. I'll hold the block cards. Okay. And we got a brand new shuffle to look at. Reprogram's almost on top. I guess we can get it with Compile Driver, huh? Sweet. Defend blocks out. Beam Cell Hyper Beam might be lethal next turn. Looks like it's probably not, but it's not far off. 34 plus 15 is a big number. 34 plus 15 is 49. 49 with Vulnerable gets an extra 24 damage, so it ends up being 73. So we're doing 146 damage if we Beam Cell Hyper Beam, which would set up Pen Nib, but it's not enough. So we have to go beyond that. So I don't think we're setting up Pen Nib perfectly here, at least. We've got plenty of block cards in hand. We've got stack, double defend, so I don't think we need to go for the Eyes for later. So I'm just going to empty some hand room. Okay. Double defend blocks out. I guess we should play an auto shields while we have one. We still want to take 4 damage. Can we take 4 damage this turn? Nope. We can take 6 damage. Yeah. Alright, I'll take 6 then. The fight's getting pretty close to being over, so we need to start making some affordances here. Is the fight over right now? That was not what I was planning. I think it's not. Oh, it definitely is. Okay, fine. Oops. Time arm. Do we want to block his vulnerable, or do we want to block our own stat down? We can scrape our way past Necronomicurse here. Not having to draw Necronomicurse is like a rare luxury. Necronomicurse has been in our hand basically the entire run. Hologram and Hyper Beam are bottom decking here. It's unfortunate. Okay. I think I would rather block the vulnerable than the focus down, so I'm just going to take the focus down and block the vulnerable. Thanks for the follow, Lee Rocks the 5th. Appreciate the support, and appreciate the raid earlier. Do we just scrape? Scrape gets us towards these cards faster. But it doesn't actually draw anything. Overdraws a stack and a defend. We'll still have block next turn with like auto shields. So I think it's fine. Does 10 damage. Overdraws Necronomicon. I guess we can just secret weapon into whatchamacallit, Hyper Beam. But he's got a bunch of block this turn, so it's better to just wait, I think. I think Go for the Eyes just about blocks out here. He has so much health. We're gonna have to Hyper Beam him like many times. I guess we could Blessing of the Forge now, because we have Secret Weapon in hand. Secret Weapon's got a pretty major upgrade. Gets us our Hyper Beam quite a bit faster. We need a Hyper Beam like a bunch of times in the fight. Also upgrades Beam Cell and Go for the Eyes, which is pretty important. A couple of random extra targets. Okay. I don't think you can actually get a 50 potion from this fight. I think you just go to Act 4 after this. There's no card reward after the Act 3 bosses. We're gonna wait until the armor is down, and I guess the weak goes away for the double Hyper Beam. I'll go for the Ism right now. We can take 4, or we could clear out some hand room. If we end turn right now, we're just overdrawing a strike, so not really a big deal there. Leaving the clock on 5 is pretty spooky, though, because we can only play 6 cards a turn. But we probably don't even need to play 6 cards a turn. Probably playing fewer than that many. Yeah, I think we want to hold. We want to not spew out cards, and then we just have to be aware that the clock is not aligned to Choker right now. So we have to play like 3 and then 4 cards or something, or 4 and 3, 2 and 5. You know, 7. Okay, Auto Shields blocks out here. Auto Shield's Hyper Beam would be a 3-card turn. Auto Shield's Beam Cell Hyper Beam would be a 4-card turn. Seems fine. Okay. We have the energy to play Chaos, so we put him on 10. So we'd only have 2 cards for the following turn, but we have like Auto Shields Defend. That's pretty massive. And if we play Chaos, I guess we can't ever play 5 cards next turn, so we can't like draw 5 and then draw 5 and hologram the reprogram. It's never gonna work that way. Could be a Plasma Orb though. Yeah, it's extremely sad fusion, right? But it's a sad fusion plus, because it only costs 1. I guess the alternative is that fusion Chaos just sits in our hand forever. Which is, like, not actually that bad. Maybe we just Ritual Dagger now. I would like to get a proc, though. He'd go to 248. And then we could, like, strike him to split next turn. But then we have to, like, only have 2 cards and we need to split and block out. Does Plasma still give energy with negative focus? Yeah, it does. So Plasma doesn't care about focus. It's the only orb type that just doesn't do anything with focus. If you imagine the alternative of Plasma giving more energy the more focus you have, you'd see that that would be very silly. It would get silly pretty quickly. I have 3 focus and 2 plasma orbs, so I'll get 7 energy every turn. I don't know, as much as I like Ritual Daggering bosses, I feel like it is correct to play Ritual Dagger here. He's vulnerable. Like, what are we waiting for? Pen Nib? Oh wait, hold on. If he doesn't attack next turn, he's still vulnerable. So if we leave 3 cards, we could strike Compile Driver and Ritual Dagger. But actually that's not very helpful, because then we're just doing a bunch of damage and then he heals himself a bunch. Okay. Alright, so we just do enough damage to proc him, and then play another extra card for no reason. So we're going to do the minimum damage we can to proc him, which is this apparently. And ideally our next attack would be like Hyper Beam. It's kind of hard to imagine drawing back to that. I guess we have Hologram, so we could theoretically Hologram the Hyper Beam. Alright, Chaos, give me that Plasma Orb. Hey, it did! So ideally we play 3 cards this turn to draw exactly Hologram. So the 3 cards could be like Self-Repair, and then we don't want to play attacks or blocks, because blocks block damage, and attacks would proc our Pen Nib. So it's like Self-Repair, Zap Toolcast. Okay. But I would... Man, I really want to shuffle and then play Zap and Dualcast. I wanted to skip a shuffle. I don't want to just, like, play them for no reason. We might actually be hologramming on Reprogram here, too, if he's, like, attacking for a lot next turn. I think Self-Repair should always happen. And then it's like... We could split the difference, I guess. We could, like, Zap Defend. Because the Dualcast is actually kind of useful with a Plasma Orb up. Okay. Yeah, he is hitting for third aim. Yeah, I think we're just gonna hologram the reprogram. So we have like auto shields, then hologram reprogram, and then like something else. Maybe like melter. Yeah. Well, we knew it was the last card, so we've been planning around that for a while. Currently taking 4. I'm pretty okay with that. Melter's not a bad card to hit Pen Nib on either. Melter's fine. It's true. Hologram does kind of distort the game around itself. You're always like thinking about what you're hologramming. It's very influential for a common card. Like most common cards, I'm just like, I don't know. Do you want a Lightning Orb? Sure. I guess I'll put the Plasma Orb in front just in case I want to evoke it next turn. Oh wow, top deck to the Hyper Beam. It's convenient. Let's go ahead and take a look at the shuffle, see what we're getting into here. Reprogram and Hologram are there. Secret Weapon honestly has like no targets here. Oh, I guess we can Secret Weapon for Scrape. No, actually that would skip Hologram. We could Scrape past Necronomicus again though. Let's focus on this turn. We need to block for 34 and probably play Hyper Beam. We've got 4 cards in which to do stuff. He is vulnerabling this turn. Oh no, this is draw reduction. My mistake. So we probably don't want to play the Core Surge. We want that to get a better target. So like... defend, stack plus. Lux for 23, plus 10, 33. I guess that's, we don't really need the stack, so we can just like strike or something. Defend, strike, stack. I guess Compile Driver is more damage than strike, and the draw doesn't matter, so defend, Compile Driver, strike. Or Compile Driver stack plus. Okay. Yeah, that minus draw, very impactful, Time Eater. Really good stuff you got there. Okay. Probably starting with auto shields. Does Secret Weapon have, like, literally no targets? Oh, I thought that hologram was gonna... I guess we blocked the hologram draw by not being able to draw a full hand. Or maybe by the no draw effect? I don't know what happened. Something weird happened. It would be nice to play Beam Cell and Hyper Beam this turn. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 cards. We got 2 left with Choker. Could play Secret Weapon Scrape, but then we take like 16 damage. We are at that uncomfortable health total where we have more health if we can take 4 damage, but that doesn't really matter because we're going to get End of Act healing and Eternal Feather healing. So we're probably just at full health in Act 4. This hologram probably ends up hitting Hyper Beam for the lethal here. I guess maybe we want to save the Beam Cell Hyper Beam thing until we can do it 2 turns in a row? Or when we have Pendib or something? No, I'm just going to do it now. Next time we get it, it'll be lethal. I might actually have lethal now. 24 plus 16 is 40. Yeah, that looks lethal. Okay. Lethal now. We've got the energy. Puts Pendib on 8. That seems fine. Okay. That's Time Eater. Only 95 gold for the Act 4 shop. Not amazing, but I was pretty happy with the previous shop, so hopefully I don't experience too much regret here. Yeah, we're at 72 before we even set foot in the campsite, so... Upgrades. Secret Weapon seems like it has the biggest one. We're probably shuffling in most of the fights in Act 4, right? Unless we, like, jump all over Spire Elites. I guess I could see jumping all over Spire Elites. If we, like, top deck Hyper Beam, we could definitely kill one on turn 1. And then we're just, like, waiting for Ritual Dagger. So maybe Secret Weapon is not useful, is what I'm saying. Go for the Eyes is incredible for Heart Fight. I can't see Scrape being an upgrade. I mean, Scrape draws an extra card, but we have hand size problems, so we, like, rarely actually draw 4 cards with Scrape. But it would let it reach a little further for more zero-cost stuff, which could be nice. I mean, it's always good with Frozen Eye, right? No matter what. I think I like Go for the Eyes Plus. Against the Heart, Go for the Eyes Plus is, like, mega significant if you can get it on the first cycle. Whereas Secret Weapon is, like, not actually that useful. Let's do this. We get a really late genetic algorithm. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, be right back. Damn it. Yeah, I think a potion is pretty reasonable. It would definitely be a flex spot if it's a potion, because we have the core surge in the bottle, so we can get 5 strength for the whole, probably Spire Elite fight, since we want to use the core surge for vulnerable against the heart. I guess we could use the flex spot for strength in the heart fight if we like use the first core surge to block the vulnerable and use the second core surge to block the strength down. That's pretty sick, actually. Plus 5 strength is a lot more than core surge normally does. Yeah, the deep breath is really interesting. Yeah, I want to talk about the deep breath because it's like the frozen eye deep breath combo is like pretty outstanding. Because like if you get a bad shuffle, you can just deep breath it away. If you get a good shuffle and you get like reprogram on top, then you can like play reprogram and then just shuffle it back in and play it again. So deep breath is pretty sick. Usually I only consider deep breath if I have like abacus or sundial, but that's not the case here. Yeah, it is a bit of a choker concern as well. But I think that flex spot's just too good. It's like there's interesting, but flex spot is just like kind of overwhelmingly powerful. How does deep breath play with hologram? I mean, the way you would think, right? So deep breath goes into the discard after its effect, so it'll always be in the discard. But yeah, the flex spot I think is probably the pick. It'll be interesting to see whether we want to use the flex spot in the Spire Elite fight or the Harp fight, but it's good in either one. Okay. All right, here we are, Act 4, doing the stuff. Spire's Shield is taking the generally easier but more aggressive on turn 1 line. Where's my Hyper Beam? Ooh, late Hyper Beam. Secret Weapon's a little earlier. We can actually almost scrape into Secret Weapon now. We could scrape into Secret Weapon next turn. So I think we're probably doing that. Which means we're probably killing Spire Shield next turn. He's gonna debuff us! Oh no! So I think we save this scrape because we want to draw the secret weapon. Or no, actually, that's not necessary. We draw the secret weapon either way. So I guess we use the scrape now for Go for the Eyes. I mean, he's got artifact charges, so it doesn't really matter, but... Okay, is this a good shuffle or a bad shuffle? Do we need the flex spot in this fight or the next fight? Pretty sure we want it in the next fight. So we'd pitch these 3, draw this. And then when we draw a hand, we'd get 2 burns right after this, and then we draw these 3 cards. Oh wait, we're taking damage this turn, aren't we? Because 12 plus 6 is only 18. Yeah, so we are taking damage. So we would play these 3 cards, or these 4 cards, draw this with the scrape, draw these 3 from the puzzle, then we'd get 2 burns, and then we'd draw these 5. So draw right up to Necronomicers. I don't know why I thought all that out. I guess I'm trying to figure out if I have enough block for the 40 damage turn. It seems like we have plenty, because we'll have... Oh, I guess we won't have this auto shields, huh? Because we're scraping through that. Is there any way to take damage before we scrape? I mean, not without saving scrape, right? So maybe we save scrape. So we draw these 5, or we draw these 3 to the puzzle, and then we draw 2 burns, and then we draw these 3, and then we'd scrape, but then scrape hits nothing. That seems bad. Sorry, did I get this right? So we draw these 3 with the puzzle, then we draw these 3. I think I said too many. earlier when I was looking at the other line, because I was saying I drew the 2 burns and then I draw 5 cards, and that's not how that works. The burns are 2 of the 5 cards. So if we scrape now, we go for the eyes, play a bunch of cards, pitch these, get punched, draw these 3, and then draw 2 burns on these 3. So we actually wouldn't have this defend either, we'd just have stack for block next turn. Secret weapon with Hyper Beam is lethal with Pendulum. Is it lethal on Spire Spear? I was assuming it would kill shield and not spear. But I guess it's good to think about that. So it does 35 now, so it's 70. So we do 105 with the Pendulum on the second one. So yeah, it'd be shield down, spear up. But I guess we could do 20 damage now. 24 damage. So actually, yeah, we could get lethal next turn if we wanted it. I was assuming we wanted a Ritual Dagger, but it's literally the bottom card in the deck, so I think we were going to have to give that up. So yeah, I think we just kill him when he tries the 40 damage deck. Okay. So we scrape backwards to block, or we go for the eyes backwards to block, but then... Okay, so we scrape now, get to go for the eyes, draw these 6, and then 2 strikes with the... Oh wait, no, we can't shoot. We only get to play 1 attack this turn. Because otherwise we'd lose Pen Nib on the thing. So I guess that 1 attack is like Core Surge. No, it has to be scrape or else we don't draw to a secret weapon. So we scrape this turn, draw a secret weapon, the Hyper Beam, it does 105, kills shield, does 105 to spear. How does Spoon Ritual Dagger work? Like feed? How does Spoon Ritual Dagger work? Yeah, it does. Yeah, so you could get... I think that Ritual Dagger has a special rule where it can only be procced once per fight, so it's not quite like Feed. Because Feed just, like, gives you a metagame resource. But Ritual Dagger just has, like, a have I been activated this fight flag. So even if you, like... whatchamacallit? Exhume it, I think you only get 1 proc. Which is strange. Well, Omni is a little bit different, because Omni would try to hit the same target twice, and they can't both kill the same target, right? Or, no. I guess Omni could hit 2 random targets, but it doesn't work. Okay, I think I'm pretty okay with this line. If we scrape to turn around, we take slightly less damage this turn, which would be nice. But then, if we do 105 with the Hyper Beam, we find an extra 20 damage next turn. And we might have it as strength down. I guess, no, because we're not playing Core Surge. So if we get a strength down, then we do 102 damage instead of 105. And we'd have to find 23 or 33 damage. Finding 33 damage seems usually non-possible, right? So we'd have to use the scrape this turn. So then we'd have to find 25 damage, which still seems difficult. No, we'd get 25 damage because we'd have like 2 Core Surges in hand. Double Core Surge strike gets there. Okay, so yeah, I think we scrape forward. Is the only thing this turn. We definitely take some damage though. Or I mean, also like auto shields and defend, but the only attack is scrape. It's not like any other thing we could do blocks more, right? So we take 15. Okay, so then he didn't take our strength, he took our focus. What an idiot. So secret weapon, double hyper beam does 105. We need to do 22 damage. That's both core surges. Yeah, that's lethal. Okay. I'm gonna fit in a cheeky extra strike to set up pen nib. Okay. Shuriken, huh? Okay, interesting. Beam cell for the heart fight? No, I don't think so. No, we didn't have time for self-repair. Wait, was the self-repair in hand there? Did I just, like, totally biff on it? Yeah, if self-repair was in hand, I should have done that. My bad. Yeah, I think we're skipping these. I don't think these are good. Okay, the heart fight. We get a good shuffle. Reprogram's kind of late. We have a Shuriken now, though, so we're not, like, as reliant on reprogram as we were one floor ago. We also have the possibility of using puzzle here to draw. So if we puzzle now, we draw 3 cards. So we could, like, Core Surge, defend. Can we play enough cards that we reduce our hand size below 5? I think we can. We've got 5 energy and 6 cards to go. So we could even start with Beam Cell if we want. Because we can play Hyper Beam, get him with the orbs. I think we want to save Beam Cell for Hyper Beam though. Hyper Beam's coming right up. No reason to waste it. Okay, so we just play a bunch of attacks this turn. We can almost get to second Core Surge this turn. Is that worth trying to do? I don't see how we would actually do it though, because this just says 3, so we're 1 short of second Core Surge. But we could almost drink the Flex Spot right now, but I think we're just drink the Flex Spot next turn. Also, our shuffle might change. It's possible that we get all 5 statuses right on top, which would be really unfortunate. That could happen. Alright, let's save the Beam Cell, start with Core Surge. And then block the beat damage with Defend, and get this garbage out of hand. Get a Strength Proc. How does Snecko Eye interact with bottled cards? It does change the cost of them. Okay, so we blocked the Vulnerable. We got a Strength Proc. There's no reason to play Hologram here, right? Yeah, definitely not. Those are not the cards we want back. Saving Beam Cell, saving Auto Shields. Seems good. We don't actually need Secret Weapon to get Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam's just like in the hand next turn. Okay, so Auto Shields does not work because we have the Hornclate block. Unless we like play 7 cards, I guess, and then it would. So now we Flexpot Core Surge. Oh yeah, I said that Hyper Beam was going to be in the hand, but it actually wasn't because we got 2 statuses. Rude. 3 statuses before the Hyper Beam. There's another one here. Jeez. Would have been nice to draw the go for the eyes. I guess we actually can have the go for the eyes. We can secret weapon into it. Is that worth it? Probably is. When cards get shuffled into the deck, how does that interact with cards already there? I don't know what you mean. Are you talking about Snecko Eye, or... Because Snecko Eye just randomizes the cost whenever you draw something. So if... oh, I see. Yeah, no, it does not shuffle when you when the heart puts statuses in there. It just inserts them at random spots. I know, right? There's no eyes here, but apparently you can do it. I've been told the rules work this way. Okay, so let's Core Surge to block the strength down, and then let's go for the eyes to block some damage. We got a pen-nibbed Ritual Dagger. It seems like good place to start. We can Beam Cell too, or we should have Beam Celled earlier if we wanted to do that, but this is fine. We take 9 here. We could get rid of Slime while we've got the energy to do so. Makes sense to me. Where would the eyes of the spire be? I mean, they must be above the heart, right? So maybe, like, you know how after you win the game, there's an animation of you, like, climbing the stairs after the heart? Maybe that's the going for the eyes part. Just going. There's a whole anatomical human distributed out throughout the spire. You just gotta fight them one body part at a time. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. And what are we saving this hologram for? What are we looking for here? Because we could just, like, I don't know, just play it now. Take back a defend. I guess that's the answer. There's no good target right now. We'll just do it on Hyper Beam later. The liver of the spire. It's the part of the spire that generates the spike proteins. Very important. So this is Beam Cell, Hyper Beam, and then some other cards for blocking, probably like Auto Shields and Hologram. Is Niao the spleen of the spire? I think probably. That's the only thing that makes sense to me anymore. We could scrape to skip this void. It's kind of neat. All the cool stuff we could do with scrape has already gone. The wound and the Necronomicon curse are already in hand, so we can't do anything like actually important. That was literally cancer. Okay. Auto shields first. Then Beam Cell, Hyper Beam. I was assuming I was gonna hologram the Hyper Beam, but now that I'm here, it seems like Defend is just better. So let's do that instead. I guess maybe we do scrape now. Skips a void, and then we draw these 5. Really want to get to that reprogram. I mean, these aren't good, right? I guess the stacks are okay. Yeah, actually, if we scrape now, we kind of run out of block cards. Our only block cards left are like Auto Shields and Defend. But we have some defense in hand. The alternative is we draw these 5 and then scrape these 4. I mean, Self-Repair is useless, and we're skipping a Daze, too. But Auto Shields is quite nice. Another upside for saving Scrape is, could we get a Strength proc next turn? We draw these, scrape these. No, there's no way to get Strength proc. But we do exhaust the void, which is like some forward movement here. Okay. Taking a bunch of damage here. I think we're gonna be too slow. Yeah. I think Coconut's trying to tell me the door is open. She's like, oh no! So it's like defend, chaos, scrape. Skip these cards, get the reprogram. Reprogram hologram next turn. It's too slow. I guess we've still got fairy, so maybe if he big attacks first we can survive. Darn, Lightning Orb's the worst one. It's the only one that doesn't make Compile Driver better. Although we're just about to skip Compile Driver, so who cares? Looks like Coconut's busy at the moment, but we'll get her. Okay, he is big attacking first, so I think we're gonna let him take the fairy here. And by let, I mean he's going to take the fairy. Actually, our stacks are set up. So we could like reprogram double stack hologram. I mean, this is the turn when stacks are useful, right? We shouldn't be skipping it here. Can we do reprogram single stack hologram reprogram and survive? Oh, I see what's gotten you all excited. Coconut's very excited because there's a rotisserie chicken being used for lunch. Coconut knows about rotisserie chicken and wants to eat it. Do you want a chicken? Coconut's like, let go of me, human. There's chicken about. Rotisserie! Meow! But she's also purring. She's like, maybe if he's holding me, he'll give me rotisserie chicken. Okay, are you scrambling? Yeah, I'll let you go. There you go. She does. She has a little white belly fluff. So I want to play reprogram twice per shuffle, right? That's like how we scale. Isn't it like too late to be scaling though? Maybe we should just like. Okay. What if instead we did reprogram hologram double hyper beam, and we just try to get there and race him, and hope the fairy in a bottle's enough. Seems pretty scary. What if we don't shuffle this turn? We have 3, 6... Wait. We have 3, 6, 9, 10 cards in hand. So if we end the turn with having only changed our hand size by 3, we won't shuffle. Which we could do, right? Because we could reprogram double stack hologram. And since the hologram gets a card back, we'd have the reprogram in hand. I mean, there's no rule we have to shuffle right now, right? Or shuffle next turn. Oh wait, no, Ascender's Bane goes away too. So we'd have to only spend 2 cards to avoid shuffling. If you use all the stacks, why not shuffle? So what's important about the shuffle is that reprogram and hologram are in it, not particularly that the stacks are set up. We don't really need stacks for next turn. I guess maybe this turn is just stack stack. It's kind of a boring turn, but it does set up like that doesn't shuffle, and then we can reprogram, hologram, reprogram next turn. We also don't die, which is nice. What is this block for? It's like 32 is what it says, but the first one, it's like ends up being 3 less than that. So blocks for 29, so we survive at like 2. Yeah. Well, I think next turn we just let the fairy block. Maybe this turn is just reprogram, hologram, reprogram. And then we have stacks for next turn. No, if we reprogram, hologram, reprogram, we shuffle. So it'd have to be just reprogram, hologram. Reprogram, hologram, double stack. So that, like, survives the turn, but then reprogram skips a shuffle? I don't know, yeah, we could. Yeah, maybe we don't need that many reprograms. It's an interesting middle line. At least the holo is useful during that. That kind of, like, how do we block next turn comes back up. Because we, like, definitely survived this turn with that, but then I guess next turn we just have fairy. Okay, so we've explored lots of defensive options. Let's think more about reprogram, hologram, hyperbeam. If we reprogram, hologram, hyperbeam, then we definitely lose our fairy right now. And we have stacks next turn, which don't work. Because we shuffle? No, wait, we don't shuffle if we reprogram, hologram, hyperbeam. Yeah, we actually have stacks for next turn if we do that. Right? Because this card's gone, and that card's gone. So we lose 3 cards and then we draw 3 cards. So then we'd have the stacks. Yeah, I think I like that. Because we need to get damage. We're going too slow. It sucks to lose the fairy, but it's gotta happen at some point. And that uses all the energy too. Both reprogram and hologram hit the shuffle. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, Geo would have been nice. Or apparitions or something. Double stack looks like it's enough to survive here. Double stack defend, maybe melter. I guess if we're gonna play 2 stacks and other cards, we should play the other cards first. So this blocks for 20, this blocks for 21. So okay, so we do defend, 6 armor, melter 4 armor, stack 24 armor, stack 45 armor. We take 15, go to 8. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, how'd that shuffle go? Got an early reprogram. It's too slow, though. We need the hyperbeam. We can't afford to really be playing reprogram anymore, even. We did get up to an impressive 11 strength. 5 from a potion, 2 from reprogram, 1 from Vajra, and then 3 from Shuriken. It's a lot of strength. But we just didn't have the defensive scaling to make it. So I think this turn's like defend and a bunch of garbage to clear out hand room. So like defend, zap, dual cast chaos or something. I guess chaos first because we want the potentially plasma orb in the front. Do we need to defend plus? How many cards are we playing? I guess we're only playing 4 cards, so 8 should be enough. Another lightning orb. Tremendous. We can draw these and then scrape, reprogram, hologram, reprogram. We have Go for the Eyes next turn, but he's got Artifact. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're checkmated here. Kind of a sad end to the run, unfortunately. I guess self-repair gets out of hand. And, like, out of deck as well. But we're never shuffling again, obviously. Alright, self-repair and strike gives me the impression that I'm making some progress. I guess he's under 400, right? We just need to damage cap him twice. Duh. Hey, Bad Terrence. So, Go for the Eyes totally saves us here, right? We can hologram a chaos. Oof. We can auto shield, scrape a bunch of stuff into the discard, and then stack. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's no way we'll live through this turn, right? We have a 30 damage Go for the Eyes, that's kind of fun. Get him, Go for the Eyes. Drat. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like stack is a trap. I feel like every time I like pick a stack, it like leads me down some weird path, and I end up with a giant deck that doesn't work. If this deck was just like 20 cards instead of 29, I think we would have had a much better shot at it. Obviously the chaos was bad. Yeah, Frozen Eye really does some pretty heavy lifting. Frozen Eye Scrape is really fun. It was a fun run. We tried to do like this like really weird thick deck thing, stack and Eternal Feather. Really great relics for Act 1. Obviously the tiny chest is not amazing, but really happy to see the Preserved Insect swap. This is the first time we've not whatchamacallit, swapped our starting relic on defect, and definitely did not stop us from being a reprogrammed deck anyway. We kind of went all in on this Hyper Beam Necronomicon thing. Would a Plasma Source have helped? Kinda. We kind of had as much energy as we needed with Velvet Choker. Maybe a little bit more energy could have worked, but I don't think energy was really what we were super thirsty for. We just needed more stats. I don't know how we were supposed to get them exactly, but because we had like an oddly smooth stone and a Vajra, right? Like pretty good relic bar stats. Yeah, we drew really poor. We shuffled poorly against the Heart, which is bad, and I think that fight was going to be a struggle even in a good fight. So the Niao choice was actually really interesting. The only way to get 3 elites in Act 1 was to do a Mega Elite first, like a floor 7 Mega Elite. So we skipped the normal boss relic swap and took a common relic instead, and the common relic turned out to be perfect for fighting early elites, so that worked out really well. Ritual Dagger did a lot of lifting in the deck, a lot of setting up to do. We had a Pen Nib, a Ritual Dagger. I wish we'd known we were a Shuriken deck earlier. If we knew this Shuriken was coming, I would have done silly scrape claw stuff. Maybe we should have taken a claw. Honestly, like this deck just needed. It was way too slow for the damage scaling, and it's really awkward because like Hyper Beam and Ritual Dagger can convince you that you're so strong, right? In Act 2, you just like crush every Act 2 challenge. But then like you start running into like Transient, right? Was our first sort of like warning sign. That were like, hey, maybe that damage is only effective on the first couple of turns. And then sure enough, it just wasn't enough against the Heart. Pretty interesting fights against Awaken 1 and Time Eater too. I would have to say those went pretty well. We could have had 10 extra health after the Spire Shield or Spire Elite fight because we missed a self repair, but honestly, it didn't really matter. The Heart was going to kill us no matter what. Yeah, I could have used more. I mean, with a reprogram, I do think you need like more card draw, right? You need to be like blitzing through the deck and playing reprogram repeatedly. Having like a sort of like pyramid choker, like slow control style deck that's like trying to scale with reprograms just not gonna cut it against the Heart. Need to be blasting through stuff. The Frozen Ice Scrape is definitely nice. If you want to draw a bunch of cards, Frozen Ice Scrape is gonna get you through the deck. We were offered a second reprogram, although it was before the Hyper Beam, so we didn't know. Yeah, reprogram decks need to be super fast. Maybe that's, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just weren't supposed to commit so hard to the Hyper Beam, but like honestly, we never saw like a Glacier, we never saw a Defrag, we never saw a Capacitor, you know. It wasn't like there was flashing signs to go some other direction, you know. I'm not sure where we were supposed to go. It just looked like a physical build. Just because Hyper Beam was doing all the lifting. I mean, obviously, like, Necronomicon Hyper Beam is incredible. I guess, like, so, I did have, we were offered a Meteor Strike at the, yeah, we were only offered one hologram as well. We were offered a Meteor Strike at the Act 1 boss reward, and I skipped it. Or I took a Core Surge instead. And maybe we needed to take the Meteor Strike there, because it turns out, that Meteor Strike would have been fairly good. I guess. I don't know. I mean, if we'd done the Meteor Strike, we would have skipped the Choker and like drawn more cards, right? Yeah, pretty decent deck for what it was. Yeah. I mean, you say like 2 more turns and we would have had it, and like I think that's true, but like, was it possible for us to get 2 more turns? I feel like just like there was no plan that worked against the Heart. Like even if we'd shuffled perfectly, I think we might just lose this. I think we might have been 0% to win the Heart fight, which is really upsetting, right? Because we like, you know, we kind of cruised through Act 3. I mean, I guess there was a couple of moments in Act 3 that weren't super comfortable, but we were able to overcome most of the challenges in the game, just not the last one. But we had like no chance at the Heart. It's my issue. It's just like we were doomed at some point before the Heart fight, and I don't know when that point was. But it's sort of interesting to realize that you're doomed.